Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
That's right. Let's get this vault door open, everybody. Holy mackerel. I was so tired. I was so tired, man. That was a long stream, but even more so, my IRL got in the way, woke me up a bunch of times, had to take care of a bunch of stuff because everybody else is doing everything during the day, everybody. I try to sleep during the day and then get up and do this stream. But let's go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it. Look at you guys already on it. I love to see that every time. Makes me smile every single time. You guys are on your points. You Kismet, I got your back, brother. Boom, let me put that 1 in the chat as well. Of course, we're going to play some Satisfactory. Look at the spaghetti mess in there, everybody. We had lots of fun triggering the chat last night as we put efficiency first. And we didn't go build no gigantic bunch of bases on all these different processes because we didn't really need to. We're trying to push forward with about 20,000 power to get out of phase 4 and finish it up. And all we got to do is basically just kind of look after it and let it run. And that's what we're going to try to do today. You can see over here, all 4 of the components, and we'll see when we get my other screen. All 4 of the components are running right now. Again, only 21,000 power. And I'm going to prove that you can do it the most efficient way by simply doing most of the beginning processes all the way up to aluminum. And then you can just go ahead and splice in the finished part, especially when you're using your summer sloops and your power shards effectively to speed it up and then also double it up, which is very, very important. Of being more efficient. Even though it will use more power, it actually uses less power than if you were to make 2 of them and then keep overclocking and keep making more and more and more to speed it up. If you have 1 of them and you have your summer sloops in there, it's doubling up, meaning that every process, I'm on it. Every process, tell me, get streaming. Here I am. Every process before that is getting double up as well. So say you're making aluminum, well, it's only using half that aluminum, which means that it's getting double the value and it's producing double those items. So summer sloops are incredibly powerful for being more efficient. So we went around and we collected a ton of stuff. Last time we were upgrading our ability to hold more stuff in the in the Dimensional Depot, having the ultimate in our storage, and we're just going straight into storage, not so much into speed. Don't need the speed one yet, but storage definitely need that one. We're also putting down our radar towers, and while we're waiting for things to run, we can go and we can do other things. See, that's being super efficient, right? You got your trains running, you got your power running, you got all your processes going. That's the thing, and of course, it needs a little bit of shepherding in case things go wrong or you run out of this resource or that resource. And we're just kind of spaghetti sitting it, as you can see right there. Now, again, all the rest of it's pretty nice. But at this stage, everybody, I could build all those processes, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take all this down. This will all be down, probably except for the trains, but it may be even the trains as well. Because, again, at each stage in the game, you should be thinking forward, how much time should I spend on this? Because when I get in the next stage, if I'm using level 4 belts, right, that are 480, am I going to be using those? Do I really want to go around to every single one of these and upgrade every single one of those belts? That'd be incredibly time consuming, everybody. It'd be way faster to make a blueprint or upgrade the blueprints that you already have to level 5 belts, and then just replace them all, and then just rerun all the wires, rerun all the stuff, put your inputs, which are probably already there, just connect your inputs and outputs, and bam, you're off and running again, right? So that's way faster than going through and upgrading. Now, if you have a big long line, I've done this before, like I've tried to bring the coal to this area from the other side, and I just ran the belts. And then what I did is I ran them as level 60s, and I ran a whole bunch of them. Then I combined them down into 120s, so I didn't have to have as many belts. And then I upgraded those. And then I upgraded them to 240 and then 480. And then once I got to, 780, then I combined them all down into a single belt because it's just more efficient. What if you could just skip those steps in between and start with your 60s just to get things going, and then get to your 780s, and then just boom, there you go. Now you're good to go. Into the next part. You know that most people don't make it this far in Satisfactory because it gets really complex once you get past the kind of beginning part where you're starting to do reinforced iron plates where you have to have multiple inputs. And then you get to aluminum, which is definitely a lot of different steps. But of course, I've made a bunch of charts and stuff that you guys can use so that you can get to that aluminum and get past that part that most people don't get past. And then this part right here, again, just run it how you need to run it, everybody. Again, if you want to just get past that stage 3, because I find the lull in the game is really the phase 3. The phase 3 is what really slows you down. What you really want to do is get to that phase 4 so that you have those faster belts. Those faster belts are going to open up a world of awesomeness for you as well. And in this particular playthrough, we're even going to skip using those belts, and we're going to try to go to phase 5. Which is the next phase. So we're going to go to phase 5. We're going to get those faster belts, and GG, we all good. We all good for some serious mega building. Then we're going to go and we're going to massively scale up all of the processes, including all of our power and all of that. Now, again, I could finish the game with only about 20,000 power, but this is a mega playthrough where we're going to tap every node, we're going to build everything, we're going to do every process along the way. And of course, we're doing it in 1.1, which has a lot of new features in there, including elevators and the ability to make 90-degree turns on your pipes. And then, of course, one of the things that I love to do is do it nicely, do it in a modular style, and then make some spaghetti. And it's so satisfying, everybody, to go in and take all that back out. To take it out and say, you know what, we're going to make this better. We're going to make this nicer and make it look good. Maybe do 90-degree turns or maybe cool curves or whatever we feel like doing. And really go in and think about the aesthetics of what you're doing, not just the function, right? Like this is efficient, right? This is efficiency first right here, everybody. You just put it down, double it up, overclock it. You got plenty of extra power, had 10,000 extra power, and then made it happen. And all of this that's running, by the way, all of those things in the background, all of this down here, all of this down here. Actually, if everything was running, it'd be 38,000 power. But because certain things don't need to be running all the time, certain factories are full, and I have enough of that particular thing, like, say, concrete or plates or whatever it is, I have plenty of those. So I don't need to run those all the time. I could run them in the Dimensional Depot, or I'm already running them in Dimensional. I could run them in the Awesome Sink if I wanted to, but it's not a valuable use of my power, because your power is among your most valuable resource other than your time. So that is what we're going to work on today, everybody. I'm very excited about it. We went really long yesterday, almost 12 hours. It was pretty fun. Pretty fun for sure. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Everybody coming in the chat. I think I got everybody. All right. I forgive it. Thank you for coming in and hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you. We got Paul in there as well. What up, Paul? Thanks for coming in and showing that love. Oh, saying hi over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate that. I appreciate it. Let's see. Old hype. Yes, we're getting the old hype on. I like it. I like it. There we go. I don't know why my old hype is not working, but there you go. Sometimes this thing doesn't quite pick up those old emotes. Tab coming in, showing that love. What's up? Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the ones. We got Whis, we got Paul, we got Tab showing me. Hey, Kismet, we got you back. I appreciate it every single time. Before I even said it, too. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Whis coming in with that Kismet love train. I like to see it. I like to see that. It's one of my favorite things I've ever done here, everybody, is make that into like a combined emote where you can just put a whole bunch of stuff on the love train. And even other people's emotes too, and not just mine, which is really cool. So you just put the train in there and then you make a whole bunch of stuff in between, and then you can just say whatever you want in the love train. So very cool. Echo. I'm echoing. I don't hear any echo. If I am echo, you let me know. Maybe it's you. Maybe you got multiple tabs open. Check your browser there, Tab. Thank you very much. Or he was trying to do an emote named Echo. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Thanks for that Kismet Love Train, Tab. Yeah, I have my phone and then playing twice. Weird glitch. Oh, yes, playing it twice. Well, hey, twice is just as nice sometimes. Like they give you twice the money back when you put it in the bank. Wouldn't that be nice? There you go. This looks promising. Yes, super loot time. One more retweet. What? One more retweet right now before I even get started. Oh, look at you go. Look at you go. Hey, Seafish. What's up, man? Thanks for being here at the top of the stream. Sorry for the late start, everybody. A lot of IRL stuff going on right now. Really pushing myself to walk as well. Did not get a walk in this morning. Holy macros. Anybody else put a 2 in the chat if your weather has suddenly changed, everybody. Always does it here in Tennessee. It's like one day it's like muggy. It's like you're swimming through the air. It's like 90-degree humidity. It's really hot no matter what time. It could be 3 o'clock in the morning. It's hot, right? And then all of a sudden, one day, that wind changes. Boom. And that was on Monday. It switched to where it's really cold. The temperature just drops by about 30 degrees. And then you're like, oh God, here we go. Because then once it drops 30 degrees, then it will drop another 40 degrees. It'll be really, really cold for sure. So I was out walking. I was like, man, it is freezing out here. What the heck? I didn't even look at the weather. I was so used to it being nice. But watch out, everybody. It looks like that weather's coming in. It's going to drop. And when it drops this early, everybody, in September, almost, we're getting there. End of August, in September, you know that October and November and December are going to be cold, 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 everybody. You know it's going to be a cold winter when it drops so early. Usually it's like October, end of September, that it's going cold like that. But man, I got to make sure to wear some sweats and stuff when I go out walking now, maybe even a light sweater, because dang, it's cold. Dang, it's cold. Yeah, 30 degrees, he said. Yeah, Unforgiven says, yeah, absolutely. Morning, everybody. Morning, John Al. What's up? Night Al, thanks for coming and hanging out. Did I miss the Bethesda gift card? A whisper from you. No, I'm just being a slacker. Sorry, Seafish. No, that's totally me slacking off, bro. I got you back, though. IRL getting all up in my business. Don't you hate that when IRL gets up in your business? You're trying to play some games. You're trying to give away some loot. You're trying to do a whole bunch of nice stuff for a whole bunch of nice people. And you just, every minute, there's some IRL thing that just got to take care of, you know? That's how it goes. Yeah, hey, there's no problem. Always good to double check, bro. Always good to double check. I got you back, though. Don't worry. I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to try to get it going. I'll see what I can do. I don't know. I'm all out of sync now, too. Because taking care of that IRL stuff. But again, always take care of your IRL stuff, everybody. If you don't take care of IRL, it's like a domino, everybody. It just starts screwing up everything else in your life. So I always try to take care of my IRL so I don't miss even more streams and miss even more stuff. So I got that stuff squared away. And whatever comes up, everybody, take care of that stuff. Take care of it right away. You got bills to pay them bills. You got to go to the store, go to the store. You got to take care of cars that are breaking down or family that needs help or this or that or whatever. Take care of that stuff right away, everybody. The best time to get something done is right away, because then you're like, okay, taken care of. Now I go back and do my thing. Now I go do what I need to get done. Big time. Rotisserie G knows what's up. Yeah, that temperature is dropping, bro. Little scary. Little scary. There's a low pressure ushering from Canada. Well, Canada could have kept it, is what I'm saying. There you go. Even colder next week. Yes. Yes, I'm definitely going to be wearing my jacket out there. I also have a runner, too, that I might just do that instead. I did finally insulate my garage. They had reworked the outer part of the house, of the siding, and they forgot to put the lining around the garage, so it was just open on the edges of the garage. So I was like, "Hey, bro, what the hell?" So they came in and they fixed that part so that you want to make sure everybody that you ain't getting moisture in your garage. Anything in your garage is going to get all wet and get dew on it, and then eventually get wrecked. So I had them put that back around there. So, because it was freezing. I was in there walking. I was like, why is it so freezing? I could see through the corner of the garage door out into the yard. I was like, hey, what the hell? Where's my thing that goes around the edge of my garage? Yeah, so I had to get them to going right there. So yeah, it gets warm during the day, but I can always tell everybody it has to do with the air. When the air changes here in Tennessee, it's like, oh my God, what the hell? And it does it at random times. It doesn't do it at the same time every year. Sometimes it's early September, which means you could have a really crazy winter. But sometimes it's like the end of October. Sometimes it's like on October 31st and on Halloween night, everybody. One time it was so cold, it was like 40 degrees. And so we had to take the car around with my kids when they were little. This was 10 years ago, when they were little, and we would drive to each house. They would get out, they would go get their candy, to come back, they get back in the car, and they warm up. And then we go to the next house. That's exactly what we did. We went to the next house, open the thing, and go out, they do the thing, come back in, because it was freezing, everybody. It was absolutely freezing. I remember that to this day. But they're old now, everybody. They're older anyway, not old like me, but older, where they don't, go trick-or-treating around the house, and we don't, hold their hand while they're going around anymore. They're all adults now, or young adults. My kids are almost what I call adult level 1 when they're 18. My oldest daughter is about to be adult level 2, which is 21. And then you're an adult when you're full adult when you're level 3, when you're 25. That's when you can rent a car on your own. You can do all sorts of things that you can't do when you're younger because nobody trusts you because you're still in your 20s. And this thing don't come in, by the way, your frontal lobe don't come in until you're 25. So your personality is not fully set until you're about 25. And then once you're 25, your personality is pretty much set in whatever it is. And see, I still feel, even though it's 25 years later since I've been 25, or 20 years later, since I've been 25, I'd be 50. So it'd be 30 years later. Wow. Okay. Hold on. I had to do some math there. So yeah, it's 30 years later since I was 25, but I still feel that same way, everybody. I'm just a lot wiser because I've been through a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. I'm sure you know. You've been through a whole bunch of things, and hopefully you learned some things along the way. Yeah, I could see in the thing. I watched it. See, that's how I learn. I always go out once when it's cold, and then I start watching the weather because I have a little weather app on my phone, and I start watching it for sure. Just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah, no worries, man. Don't worry. I'll get to you. I never, I'm a man of my word. I always get it going. 77 degrees. Well, lucky you, bro. It was actually warmer today. Absolutely was. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I'm ready to get it going on. I like the way, I like that enthusiasm, Seafish. Let's go do it. Let's get into something satisfactory. Look at that timing right at the top of the stream. That's Seafish bringing that 12 months of sub love. He got his dragon wings, everybody. Let's show him lots of love in the chat. Let's throw those hearts right over there in the chat. Show him some love. Wearing my Twitch partner shirt, everybody. Very awesome. Big love to Twitch for showing me so much love for so many years, everybody. Big love to them. Big love to all the awesome people behind the scenes, too, who showed me so much love. Other streamers and people who work at Twitch and so on and so forth over all of the years. I greatly appreciate all of them. 10-year anniversary. Can you believe it? We've been going all this time. I didn't think I was going to make it this long, just to be honest, everybody. Oh, Toxic Tech also. Also with the 12 months, everybody. That's a big milestone, everybody. That's when you get your dragon wings right over there. Check out that new sub badge they got in the chat. Let's show the Toxic Tech some love as well. Thank you so much for that massive amount of love here. We've also got a hype train started up. You heard the magic noise, everybody. That means that you guys have got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to keep that hype train going. Right now, level 1, we got 62% in that hype train. Now is a great time to show some love. You can donate toward the Vault Van Life project. Everybody, $15 donation or more, whether it's bits or whether it's a direct tip by the link down below, will help toward that love train as well as help keep that project going. We're trying to get that bar all the way to the end there. We're going to buy ourselves a van. Then we're going to go ahead and kit it out with a bunch of stuff for traveling. And I'm going to try to make it into a little broadcast studio. So wherever I go, I can go ahead and take you guys along virtually on the journey, which is going to be pretty cool. Like we go to TwitchCon, or we go to like the Greenbrier, which aka the White Spring in Fallout 76, or we could go to California and go to where all of the stuff is for New Vegas and all of those places. Yes, we're going to go check it out, everybody. We're going to check out all those things. And whether it takes, 6 months or a year or 10 years, however long it takes, we're going to go for it. Also, you can go ahead and show some love by donating some subs to the chat. That's always an awesome one. So again, you got 3 minutes to make that happen. One of the greatest ways to show some love to the stream, everybody. I appreciate you guys starting up that hype train. Remember, that does earn everybody in the chat some rewards as well in the form of emotes and other fun things like that. Feel free to show some love in there. We're going to get started. Now, look at this spaghetti over here, everybody. We got some spaghetti. Let's get into it. Let's get into that spaghetti over here. You're like, Kismet, no, not the spaghetti. Yes, we've got the spaghetti running, but for a purpose, everybody. For a purpose right here. You can see we got some adaptive control units here. We're trying to use those computers. We're trying to get it going over here. To make some assembly director systems. We're trying to get some supercomputers going as well. And of course, all of those are going to go right into the space elevator. And you can see we're actually pretty close on a lot of these. Magnetic field generator, also doubling those up. This has got a lot of these that it's going to get done. As well as we do have our other one over here on this side. So we have 2 of the ones that are going into phase 4 into the space elevator over there. Over here you can see that we're making some cooling systems, and those cooling systems are being fed in here to make some turbo motors. And those turbo motors are then, of course, making their way over here. We're waiting on some fuse modular frames right there. And so that's going to make those thermal rockets. Now, once those thermal rockets is done, I'm going to take those summer sloops out of there, and I'm going to help the other processes double up so it goes a bit faster. Though I'd love to get the modular frames doubled up, because if this one takes a bit longer, that's okay. I find it's either this one, the thermal propulsion rocket, or it is the nuclear pasta, which you would think would be the hardest one, because that's the last one you unlock, and you're using the particle accelerator for it. But weirdly enough, I feel like this one usually finishes first. And right now, we're just waiting on some copper powder. That's what all of this is doing here. We're kind of taking a bunch of the raw ore. We're running it in here. It's converting it in. And then, of course, converting it in that copper powder. Again, this is all from one node, everybody. I'm only using one copper node in the whole entire game right now. I think that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. That I'm only using the one, and it's doing basically all the copper products that I really need. But it's also a pure node, so that also helps as well. But that's all you really need copper-wise. Wow, here comes a bunch of them. Whoa, in there they go. Oh, so close. We only needed 5 more there. All right, here it goes. Here it goes. There's 5 more. Here we go. Particle accelerator starting up. It's cool every single time, everybody. This is one of my favorite things. They are so good at these animations, everybody. This is a lot of work right here. Cool every time. I love to watch it. And there we go. Now, here's one of the cool things that it's doing, though, is it is going in and it is using a massive amount of power. Look at that power spike, everybody. Boom! Way up there. and then drops back down again. Again, because I have so much extra power, it drops down to about 10,000. All of this stuff combined, everybody. Everything in the entire thing that I'm producing right now is only about 9,000 power, which is not very much. So you only really need about 21,000 power. And the only reason I need the 21,000 power is so that when this gets up here, it has enough power to recharge my batteries. And I don't have that many batteries going, about 5,000 megawatts as a backup. It'll just charge it right back up when it's in the low stage while it's waiting. Now, of course, I could make it go faster. I could make a bunch more copper, and I could run the thing in there and make it go faster. But then it will just consistently drain my batteries. So you want to have that kind of upscale and whatnot. I'm not that much of a hurry for it. Need about, let's say, less than 30, 27 more. So this only has to run 27 more times, and then I'm done. I can just turn it off. I'm good. And then that phase will be done. But I'm really interested to see which one gets done first, right? So we have all 4 of them running simultaneously. And this one has plenty. It's radio control units, probably the biggest thing. Let's see. Do we have radio control units going in? We do over here. Yes, and this one's going this way. And this one's not using that many radio control units. Yes, this one is actually stopped. So we can take those radio control units out of there because we stopped that one. We could also take out the diversion of those radio control units. There we go. And then put those in there, and then that will keep those turbo motors going. Very cool. Speaking of turbo motors, we got 38 of them in here anyway, but turbo motors are always very useful. What we really need is these fused modular frames right here. What can we do? We could probably wait for one of those to finish. Any one of those that finishes, then we'll go ahead and we'll switch it. But it's probably the one that I need the fused frames for. And it's over here making those fused modular frames. The thing that's slowing this down right now is the aluminum casing. So we really need to scale up our aluminum casing. We could make that go faster. But again, we're not really, we didn't really scale up our aluminum. The main thing that we're doing with our aluminum is making aluminum sheets so we can make the faster belts. But this seems to be dividing this up pretty well. This is using up every bit of those aluminum ignits. Yeah, so we are burning up all the ignits that we are producing. And I had somehow accidentally disconnected that other side too, so we should be at full production now. Let's go check our water over here, because our water could be messing us up. So I'm just going to flush it all because I have it overclocked. And then this is one of the few things, anything to do with fluids, everybody, that you can just get rid of. If you have a byproduct of water, you can just flush it, and then it stops it, or keeps it from stopping the byproduct here. Right? So instead of packaging it, I'm packaging some of it, but if I have it overclocked, so that means it's going to produce way more water than it's going to package. So every now and again, just pop over here, flush that water, and it's going to flush all that water out of there, so you don't end up backlogging that water. See, right now it's stretching out, as you can see, but look at how much of that is producing now. See, now it's going to produce way more of the ignits and then way more of the casings, which is what we wanted to do. And you can see that stuff's running out like crazy over there. Look at it go. Yeah, see, it backlogged in there. Backlogged the water in there. So every now and again, we'll double check that. Back here, we're looking good. I feel like our aluminum solution is fine. Oh yeah, that's just filling that up on point. Yeah, look at it, crank that out. Go, baby. Cranking out a little faster than they can put it out. What level are these belts? These are Mark 5s. Mark 5s. Wow, okay. Slowing that down. Something's slowing that down. It's coming out of there at 780. What's it producing at? 900. Yeah, it's producing at 900 faster than the actual belts themselves. That's awesome. That's awesome. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting lots of those in there. Again, just kind of takes a little bit of babysitting when you're just willy-nilly, not doing it by the numbers, not doing it 100% efficiency. I've done it that way as well, everybody. But again, I am a big fan of efficiency, right? Making it as efficient, even if you got to spaghetti it up a little bit. Of course, I could have made it cleaner spaghetti if I wanted to. But I just do it because it triggers the chat, and everyone's like, Kismet, no, not the spaghetti. Oh, my God. No, don't do it. Making you hungry. Well, get yourself some spaghetti then. Get yourself some num-num spaghetti. Kind of makes me want to get some spaghetti myself. All right, so we got aluminum casings over here helping with those radio control units, which is going to help this. Now, again, once this is done, I don't need to make radio control units, which means I can just go ahead and cut off the other stuff, except for this is what's producing that other item, right? So the ultimate end result is getting one of these done, finishing that one, turn that one off. Or you can just run one of the processes and then go in and start the next process and the next process. Me, I like to run all 4 of them because it's like a race. Which one will get done first? And there we go. Now, while we're waiting, everybody, we do have a bunch of stuff we want to get done. First we want to do is check out our inventory. We can go ahead and put these back in here. Put a bunch of our power shards in there. Those there. How about these? Yes, we can put a bunch of those in there. We're just going to put those into the stuff there, into the dimensional depot. Then we'll take a bunch of this other stuff that we don't need to carry around with us, and we're going to put that in our sorter here. There we go. And then this, we'll throw this also in there and let that process. I always do it by number order. You can see here, you know, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get the idea. 1 and then 25, 60, 100. This way it clears it out faster, so if I want to put something else in there, I can. Now this is a sorter back here. We did upgrade our sorter, so it's going faster. You can see that the concrete's going to make its way through. Whoa, so fast I can't even keep up with it. Make its way through and end up back at the box at the end, which is this one right here. You can see it went back into the box there. So if I need that, it'll be there later on. Again, you have a tendency to acquire, especially when you're doing all the crash sites, you have a tendency to acquire a lot of loot on your character. We got some explosive rebar, we got some rifle ammo, and some iodine filters, and those are pretty much all I need on myself for right now. And then we want to pick up where we left off. We want to see if we have enough for some radar towers. Let's just go ahead and guesstimate how many more radar towers we're going to need, and we want to highlight this right here because we're going to head over there. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to need one over here. 5. Let's call it 6, 7. Maybe 7 of them. What would we need for 7 more of our towers here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A whole lot of computers, crystal oscillators, and heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames we've got. Crystal oscillators, not so much. Let's see. None in the dimensional depot. So let's see. I think the computers part is going to be the tough part because our computers are really running low right now. We're going to double those up here in a bit. I wonder if I could put all of this in the thing here. Oh, there's some more motors there. Another motor. Let's get that out of there. We're going to take out a bunch of this stuff that we might be able just to throw in the dimensional depot. Let's see. All of this stuff here. What else we got in here? Man, we got a lot of rando stuff in here. Take these out. This. Take all this random stuff out of here. Oh, we can use those. Those are probably an overflow. This we can take out. Wire. Maybe we can reintegrate that into our wire over here. Cable actually is what it is. Is it full? Oh, it's already full. Okay. Well, then we'll just leave it over here for later. There we go. Let's see what else we got. More cable. Need that in there. What about iron rebar? We'll go ahead and double check that. If not, we'll just let it sort. Right here, right here. And we're good. Okay, so we have some dimensional depots set up over here specifically for this purpose. To run stuff in there. So we've already got this one here, which already has enough ammo in there. Let's see, we're doing ammo. Oh, this one was doing petroleum coke. Now we're going to put SAM fluctuators in there. This is the one that is doing these. Oh, there's a whole bunch of fuse things in there. Hold on. We can go ahead and use those to push us forward. Oh, it's almost done. Yeah, 238 at 250. We put these in here, everybody. We're going to get 4 or 5 more. We're going to be pretty close because it's not going to be waiting on fused modular frames. We'll just go ahead and put those babies right in there like that. And that's going to be 4 more of those, which is going to put it at 42. So that'll be 8 more. That's a good find right there. Again, it's like looking in your trash bin, everybody. You're like, oh, wait, I got some fused cells here. I could use those for a thing. I like to utilize all of my resources, everybody. I find that very, very fun. For sure. Let's do something like this. We're going to turn this around the other way. And we'll go ahead and utilize more of our dimensional depots over here. Because we went and did collect a whole bunch of them. We were going to collect it to upgrade the last upgrade. But I kind of feel like this is a much better use of it right now, and I can always come back and disassemble these because you can just disassemble them and use those for upgrading or whatever you want to do. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and see by putting all the barrels into this one, and then we'll put all of these in here. We'll do all the various stuff. Let me take that one out. Various stuff that you know may or may not be in the dimensional depot. We know this petroleum coke is in there. We're just going to throw that away. And then all the other stuff like this and like that. We'll throw those in there and this. And those we can use. This and that. Okay, probably already have enough fuel. If you want to know if it's full, just take it and put it in your inventory, and it will show you whether it's full or not. Like right there, see it has the exclamation point. That says that it's already got enough packaged turbo fuel. Modular engines were being used somewhere. I can't remember where I was using them. But we shall find them, and we shall use it effectively. Let's see, somewhere over here. Radio control units it needs for those, but I think it's actually got enough turbo motors to finish the job here. Oh, it's done. Oh, it's done. Boom, turn that off. All right, get that out of there. That's complete. Awesome. All right, let's go over here and get our computers doubling up because that's going to help us down the road here. Let's go. Computers doubled up now. All right, so 1 out of 4 already done. I was going to go run around and do a bunch of stuff, but it's already got it done. I'm just so efficient at what I do. It's creating a whole bunch of stuff there. All right, and then we can go ahead and backtrack this process as well. So this one right here is already good, so we can just turn that off. It'll start to backlog a bunch of this. This right here, turbo motors don't need them. Turn that off too. And then again, backtrack the process to here. Cooling systems don't need it. Turn that off as well. Over here, we need pressure cubes, but we actually can just turn that off as well because we don't really need them because we have a whole bunch extra. And this only needs about 19 more. It's got 50 of them in there, and to do that's going to do 19 easy because it already has 50 in there. So that's good there. So now we're turning off all the processes that are unnecessary for what we're doing. Now we can produce extra items if we want to, but again, this makes your power more efficient, right? Because you're not producing all of these things unnecessarily. Over here, don't need any more radio control units over there. And then over here, we're doing supercomputers, which we do need, which is why we're going to make our computers go a bit better. And then we're going to think about where our computers are running to, right? So our computers are running out of here, and they're snaking all over the place. And they are running down over here, which is creating this here, radio control units. But we stopped that, so we don't need that to run over there anymore. So we can go ahead and split that up a bit better, like so. There we go. Waiting for them circuit boards to come through, and then there's some computers going that way, and that's going down into there, and then into the box, and then out of the box, and then over here. Man, that's a convoluted way to go. All right, and then that's going over here to the supercomputers. Let's go ahead and make that a bit nicer. That doesn't need to go into the box because there's only one output, so that kind of makes this obsolete. Because we only have one output now. So we'll take all that out. We take the dimensional depot off the top. And we can take all this out. Look, we're reducing spaghetti. Isn't that nice? And then literally we just have this output go directly into there. There we go. There we go. Now we don't have to wait for it. And this is waiting on circuit boards, which is over here. What is the circuit boards waiting on? Waiting on plastic right now. Okay, where's our plastic being distributed? Our plastic is coming in. And we also have it going in the dimensional depot. We can go ahead and take that out. And it's going forward, it's turning left, it's going up as well, and going in there. So, oh, plastic both going in here and over there. Now, the plastic in here don't do you no good, so you want to go ahead and take that out and put it over here so that it can catch up with the circuit boards. And then, if you have any extra plastic, you can just put that back in there so it can try to catch back up again. There we go. Because circuit boards is what's making it not get done fast enough. So you want to have the plastic, because half of the plastic is going here, and then half of that other half is going to these two things. So that's going to basically supercharge that. Plus, I can also just go and get plastic from the dimensional depot, because it doesn't do you any good sitting in there. Where it does you some good is right there, so it's not waiting on that plastic. And then same thing over here. We can go ahead and max all of these. This is what I call supercharging it, where you're just like, boom, injecting it with a bunch of resources. We also took the dimensional depot off of the top, so we could just use 100% of that plastic right over here among these things. So that'll take care of that. That's going to make our computers go faster. We're going to have faster circuit boards. I'm just going to go ahead and push those computers through. And then I'm also going to take the computers, put it right there. It's going to go ahead and distribute it on to the supercomputers. And then those supercomputers are going to go here. It's going to make those supercomputers. They're going to run out of here, clear across this way, and try to get this other one done. Yeah, I feel like the second one's about to be done, which is right over here. Assembly computer. Now we're getting faster supercomputers. Very nice. And that one, well, that one's usually the longest one, which is funny because it's the first one. Waiting on some AI limiters over here to make some electric control rods, but do we even need the control rods is the question. We have 100 of them in there. Don't even need the control rods, so I don't need to worry about making them right now. What I really want to make is a magnet field generator. Notice that I am using the summer sloops. So using the summer sloops, while it does use more power, it is way more efficient resources-wise, which means you're saving all the power that's behind it as well. You want to think of that in your head, everybody, is that when you're doubling up, it says, oh, well, that's using a lot more power. But yeah, but you're not doubling up everything in front of it. You're actually getting the same value out of that power. So it actually ends up being less power in a lot of processes. Not every process, but in a lot of processes, it's actually less power to double it up at the end where you're making the final product. In this case, the final product is the magnetic field generator. I kind of feel like that's the one that's probably going to get done first out of these other ones. Our nuclear pasta is still running, and I got that nuclear pasta overclocked and doubling up, everybody. That takes a lot of power. Over here, making a lot of versatile framework. Wow, look at how much we got backlog. Nice, and a lot of this backlog too. All right, that's a lock for sure. We need about how many more of those? 27 more? Yeah, 27 more. So it's how many per minute? 5 per minute, 27. 5, 6, 10 minutes or so. Yeah, 10, 20 minutes or so. So that one's going to be done. Then we can stop that one, and we can take the summer sloops out of there. And I can go get more summer sloops as well if I wanted to, and then do a whole bunch of the process. But again, I'll turn that off, take those process, and then move over there as well. Now, how we doing over here in this one? This one also hurting for computers. How's it getting computers? That's a good question. Was it that side way that we did there? Let's go over here and take a look. Where is that coming from? Ah, it was right here. Okay, so we got to resend those computers that way as well. All right, we'll go ahead and split this out a little bit here, and then we will put that apparently in the wrong direction. Trying to move it up, not click it. There we go. And then run this spaghetti over to there. And there we go. Now it's going to perfectly split between those two things. Send some computers down that way as well as this. And we kind of supercharged this a little bit. Got it a whole bunch of computers by doubling it up. But those computers, again, taking time. Check your Check your dimensional depot for any extra computers. Again, they're not doing you no good sitting in there. We'll make a whole bunch of these eventually, everybody. For the next phase, we're going to need massive amount of all of this stuff. So we're going to definitely want to scale it up and then also have the ability to use it as blueprints. We're also producing a bunch of plastic over here. Now, if I saw plastic was a really big problem, I could easily, because I do have the ability to make another one of these, and then another one, and then another one. So I could be making an absolute ton of plastic. But again, I try to, even if it is waiting on it, I try to be as efficient as possible so I don't have to spend a lot of time making more power. Because power is the thing that's very time consuming. Because you have to get the power, you have to run it over there, you have to convert it from oil into whatever it is you're doing, in this case fuel. Then you have to go ahead and take the fuel and then convert it into turbo fuel, and then from turbo fuel you turn it in there. Or if you're going up to ionized fuel, you can do that as well, or rocket fuel, you'll do that. And we're going to do rocket fuel as well. But the thing is, we want to get the bigger blueprinter so we can use the bigger blueprint to do much bigger designs and stuff. And then also very cool vertical designs, not just horizontal designs as well, is what we're doing there. Vertical designs like this. And then also embellish them, make them look cool, that kind of fun stuff as well. And that's the stage we're in right now. Just kind of waiting for that to get done. Oh man, so close, 11 more on that deal, and we'll have that done. How are we looking over here? Is there any of these with... See, now you can also act like you're about to take that item out. And you can see all the stuff here. And if there was a summer sloop in there, it would show me. That's why I'm looking through all of this to see if there's any summer sloop. There's one there, but I don't like to take this one out because once you've converted these, everybody, you want to definitely leave those like that. Otherwise, when you do more of them, it will... the first one will be worth 5, and then the next one will be worth 10. So best to just leave one in there if you plan to come back to that, which I do. All right, what else we want to do here? And I have like several hundreds of those right now, so I don't really need them, but I guess I could just take it out and use it, but I think it's fine for now. And then over here, we have done all of this. So do we need this on? Probably not, though we do need some fused modular frames for other stuff that we are doing. Yes. We need a ton of computers eventually to do these radar towers again. Again, just kind of babysitting a lot of this. There we go. Another supercomputer going. Oh, we're 3 more. 3 more away. Oh, let's go over here. I thought I was going to have plenty of time to run around and do a bunch of stuff, but I'm so efficient at my job. We got to go. It's going good there, Spill. What's up? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you. There you go. Not this one. Over here. I always find it interesting which one finishes first, even though you pay attention to all of them. Again, this keeps doubling these up, everybody, so that's why it's so awesome to run that like that. I think it's got probably 2 more cycles. I love to watch the final ones run in the thing, too. Yep, and that's it. Okay, we don't need to make any more. Off you go. Grab that out of there. Over here, don't need to make any more of these. Turn that off. Again, very efficient power-wise to turn that stuff off. You don't need it. Over here, control rods, we're good. This is going to backlog a bunch of these AI limiters as well that we're running in here for somewhere. Over here. Yes. Where are these AI limiters? Way over here. All right, there we go. AI limiters over here. Waiting on that quick wire. Interesting. Right here. Let's see if we got any quick wire in the dimensional depot. We sure do. It does no good in there. Watch this. Ba-boom. Infuse that sucker. There you go. Just like that. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect this side one because we no longer need it to run over there. So wherever it's running up here, in this case, into the supercomputers, it can do 100% in there and also backlog a bunch of those for later because we're going to need those as well. We can take this out. Again, taking our spaghetti out now that we've accomplished number 2. Number 3 almost done there as well. I think we really need to work on this other one, which is right over here, which is the one that's kind of going a bit slower, but it's probably going as fast as it possibly can based on the resources. Yeah, supercomputers is the thing really slowing it down. So let's go ahead and see over here how we can make our supercomputers go faster. I think our supercomputer's problem, oh, that's high-speed connector there. Our supercomputer problem is computers. Yeah, it's really computers there. We can't make these computers go any faster unless we have some more circuit boards. So what we can do is go ahead and say, you know what, double up on those circuit boards each time. Waiting on plastic there. Double up on those circuit boards. There we go. Now again, I have it overclocked too, so I'm asking a lot of it, everybody. I'm asking a lot of it. But every time it does, it's going to double up on those circuit boards, which means that it's going to double up, make more circuit boards, and then it's going to double up on computers and make more computers. So now you're doubling and doubling again, which is awesome. Very, very awesome for sure. All right, so there we go. Pasta almost done as well, so we can maybe double up on some more circuit boards after we get that done. What are we doing in here? Do we have any doublers in here? No, we got no summer sloops there. No. Got it over there. Over here, we don't have it doubled, but we definitely... Computers seems to be our biggest thing here. Again, we can start removing some of this spaghetti as we go. And I wouldn't take this stuff out, everybody. I would leave this stuff in until you're absolutely sure that you have all that done. When I pull that thing and it goes up in the space elevator, then I know I can remove all of that and get that going. And there we go. All right, yeah, again, we've sped up our computers a little bit. It was hurting for circuit boards. This one's got plenty of plastic in here. Again, we definitely want to take this out, try to cut that in half or something like that, and then infuse this one with half of that, which is going to make them circuit boards go faster, and infuse this with half of that so it's not waiting on the plastic. And that's going to make more circuit boards, a bunch more circuit boards, and then, of course, it's not going to be waiting on circuit boards as it goes. Now, again, this is 250%, so it's going at its maximum speed it possibly can, and I'm not producing no 25 circuit boards per minute. It says 37, but because the plastic is slowing it down, that's what's causing those computers to go a little slower. But it won't matter here in a minute. Our nuclear pasta almost done. We are 19 away, or no, 9 away. 9 away from getting that done. How we do it over here? Did all this stuff go in there? Oh, it does look like it did. That's already done. We'll pull that out. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this on our own here. Put some Mercer spheres in there. Put these in there. Oh, that's maxed out. No, we can put those in there. Plates and all that stuff automatically goes in there. Silica automatically goes in there. All the rest of that stuff is good. I forgot where we need modular engines, but you know what? Let's just throw it in the depot. If we need it, we know where it's at later. And again, I wish it went in the depot where it didn't have an internal storage. If it didn't have an internal storage, it would say, oh, the depot is full, and then I can overflow it out of the way, and then I could have another resource going in eventually and say, oh, this is not full. Okay, that runs in. I feel like it was a mistake to put the storage in the depot itself. It actually makes it more difficult for you to use the overflow system because there's item in there. You have to take that item out whenever you want to put a different item in there if the dimensional depot is full, which is a bummer. But such is life, right? Such is how it goes. All right. Anything else we can just throw in here in the depot? I think all the rest of the stuff's already full. What about these iron rebars? Let's throw those in there and see if that's full. Oh no, that we can throw those in there. Okay, cool. Quick wire, that's another thing we were going to do. We're going to take this quick wire that we grabbed out of the depot and we're going to throw it here in the box. I feel like it's not even going there. Not going out of that box. It's actually coming in from over here from the train that's bringing us our quick wire. And we really could scale up our quick wire like crazy, scale it up. So I'm going to put that in there from the dimensional depot, and that's going to feed that to where it needs to go. So now we're going to get our high-speed connectors back up and running. I honestly forget why I'm doing my high-speed connectors. Oh, high-speed connectors also over here. We have plenty of them. It's not really hurting there. It's really hurting on them computers. That's what it's waiting on. Over here, circuit boards. It's going as fast as it possibly can. It's trying to do its thing. Where are we at? 93 of 100. Oh, man. Again, we want to really kind of baby this one over here. We want to make sure that this one's just running and running. How are we doing here? We could probably... yeah, we don't have enough supercomputers to double that up. We could double that up, put another doubler on it, and get it done faster. But probably the best thing to do is just wait it out, because you can see that it's going to wait on the supercomputer. And the supercomputer is waiting on computers, and so it's going to wait to do it. This is why this one is so much slower, because it's so dependent on computers where the other processes were not. And that tells you if you wanted it to go faster, or if you wanted to outrun the other one, we should have put 2 manufacturers down for computers and then really scaled up our plastic. Our plastic is the thing that's causing computers to go slow, because you need to scale it up, and that's why I scaled it up. That's why I added more plastic here. We could add even more, as a matter of fact, while we're waiting, and see if that kind of speeds that up just a little bit. Let's go over here and add some more. Right over here, we'll get our stuff out here. We'll get into blueprint mode, so it snaps right in there nicely. Go ahead and just add this. And again, this is what's so cool about kind of pre-building a lot of this stuff, is that you can just go in, you go into factories, we go into plastic factory here. We're going to turn the blueprinting off. There we go, and the auto connect off. What is it we need? Plastic! Always funny, everybody. I always find that you need the thing to make the thing, which I find funny. All right, well, let's track down some of this plastic, or we just grab it off of the thing as it goes by. We'll grab a little bit of it here. And it's going to slow down our computers, but then again, it'll still speed up our plastic. All right, do we have enough yet? Let's actually put it on our to-do list here. Let's clear that. We'll come back to those towers later. 26. All right, let's just grab them off the thing. There we go. Just a little funny joke that always happens, everybody. You always need the thing, and that means they did the game right, everybody. They did the game right if the thing is based on that thing, if you get the idea. All right, so we've got our inputs in the front on this one. Honestly, I got to remember where the heck they are, right here. Is that an input? Who knows? Input over there. Huh. How do I have this one? Oh, I have the output there. So this is actually the output. Gotta remember what the heck I was doing. That's the hardest part. All right. And this is actually from a previous playthrough, by the way, that I did and made these blueprints, which you can use in future playthroughs, which is pretty fun. All right, we'll do that, and then we're going to go ahead and go over here. We'll add some more room. Oh, okay. Mouse getting a little crazy today. Let's get into that blueprint mode. Oh, yeah, this one was wrong also. Get out of there. There's a cool blueprint mode. Once you put one down, you can snap them to each other, which is awesome. Right over there. Okay, now we got that done. And we'll want to create another one of them, so we're going to have to go scalp some more of the plastic over here. I like to see how much I can grab as it's going by. Don't get them all, but you get a whole bunch. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and do another plastics factory here. Try to remember how we did it here. Switch out of this mode. There we go. We want these to line up so we can run that straight through there. Connect both of the factories together. So we have both the inputs and the outputs running out together. There we go. And so let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is going to be the output, actually, there. Okay. And then input on this side. Yes, input on that side. So we have this coming down into the inputs, then it's going through the output, and the output is then going to our petroleum coke that we're doing there. And we'll want to make some more of those. So plastic factories and then heavy oil to coke, which we'll want to have the input over here as well. I feel like that's the input. Let's go look at these other buildings here. Kind of hard to see which ones are the inputs and outputs. I usually put a wall at the top. Yeah, there we go. The wall's at the top there. I can see it. What do we need? More plastic. What a surprise. Now, we have already done the oil ahead of time, so the oil usually is the most time-consuming part because you're running your oil either by pipes or by, where's your grab bunch here? Either by pipes or by rail over here, or by drone, depending on how you like to play. I mean, I don't use drones all that much. I feel like they're way too complex and unnecessary, unless you're doing stuff really, really far away. If it's really far away, then definitely is useful. All right, there's one there, and then go ahead, this other one going. Gotta get it nice and lined up. There we go. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead and get some power going here. You can see that we keep dropping there. That's me getting out of the zone of my power. But we're just going to run this under here somewhere. We can just run it directly right there. There we go. And then we're going to take this one. And we're just going to chain it through. Like that. Now both of those have power. I can also take this and run it across to this factory. Find out where its power is. Way over there. And this one. So I always set these up so I can chain them from one to another. Like that. And just say that you went in there with a drill and you drilled out a hole in that wall and you ran the wire and all of that stuff like you would do in real life if you were just trying to willy-nilly it here. Now, also, we're going to have multiple of these over here, which we don't really need to do. We can... Oh, nope, didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. I was in blueprint mode. My bad. Hold on, now I got to do it again. Let's do it again. No biggie. Put it back in again. Do the thing. And we'll run some power. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we got some power. So yeah, we want to go ahead and do this, but we wanted to take out the thing in here. So before I do this, I want to make sure I'm not in blueprint mode, which is what I did there. And then we're going to do the same thing we did over here, where we basically took it and circled it around the other side, so that over here. So that it doesn't have two of the awesome sinks. Unnecessary to have multiple awesome sinks unless you have basically an unlimited amount of power, because it's not going to produce enough petroleum coke to outdo the belt. In fact, we could actually put all of them over this way now. We only need the one in there because this is 120, 120, that's 120, 120, that's 480, 480 is about 700 and whatnot. But just to make it more efficient, I'm going to actually, belts-wise, I'm going to actually leave this awesome sink in there. It's just going to make it easier on my job in the long run, having this stuff manage itself over here. Let's put this straight, put that around the corner. We already did that one over there, so we already know what we want to do with this one over here. Something like that. Then we'll put a merger in there. Easy mode. Okay. Weird there. I always love when it does that kind of wild stuff. All right, there we go. We got that, and we got this, so we just need to get some heavy oil residue in here. And we'll get that going here in just a bit. We want to go ahead and get our oil lined up over here. Let's get our oil together. We're going to go zooping, and we're going to zoop vertical zooping. There we go. I love these little rounded ones because it makes these things sit right on the top of it nicely. Right there. Very nice, very nice. Doing well, awesome. Yeah, you don't want to, Spill Artistic, you don't want to go into people's chat and advertise stuff. You don't want to do that, bro. You don't want to do that. Also, by the way, I'm a graphic designer, so I don't need an artist, but I do appreciate you. I do appreciate it. But you don't want to do that because it's considered in bad taste to go into someone's channel and to do that, unless you're a bot, and then you don't even hear what I'm saying. So there you go. Stay safe. I'll try, bro. I'll try. Becca, thanks for coming and hanging out. All right. Oh, landed on the belt. More plastic, everybody. I need more plastic so I can make more plastic. That's a well-designed game, everybody, where you need more of the thing you're trying to make. So again, just scalping some of this. Oh, our nuclear pasta is done, everybody. It's done. We can turn it off. Hold on. We'll come back to that. See, by the time I get that plastic going, everybody, it's going to be pretty much close to done. So we don't need to keep running our thing over here. So we're going to run over here. And we're going to go ahead and tap into this. We can say, hey, that's enough of that. You're good. Thank you very much. All right, there we go. Turn that off. We already have this turned off. We can just have this backlog a crazy ton of this. Or here's the trick to this, everybody. You just unplug the power. And then this will stop doing what it's doing. Or you cut it off at the root here, right, like this. You just take out the raw resources, and the raw resources no longer run in there, which means it'll just run out of raw resources, and all of the raw resources now going back to all of our copper items that we're using way up here. And you can see that this is running down here as well, so we can go ahead and cut that out because we no longer need that, which means that, again, 100% of that now is going to go up into the rest of the factories that we have. Look at these vertical factories, everybody. These are all modular vertical factories as well. I make about 10 different blueprints, and that's all you need through the whole phase, all the way up here into phase 4. There we go. All right, no longer need that. Don't need this process over here. Anything that's running over to here, from here, already disconnected. We're still running something from over here. Probably, oh yeah, backlogging a bunch of these. Now these I will take and eventually put in the Dimensional Depot for me to use on other projects that we're working on as well. So, cool stuff. And again, we'll tear all of this down. Because what we're trying to do is push past phase 4 to get to the faster belt so we can do that high-end building. Mega building that we want to do. How are we doing over here? We are doing good. All right, now we want to backtrack across here and see what is slowing this down. All right, this is supercomputers is slowing it down. Can we go in and put some stuff into supercomputers so we're doubling our supercomputers? Way over here. Do we have any in there? No, we don't. All right, bam. Now we're going to double our supercomputers, so we're going to get twice as much. So again, you see I took it out of one process and then made this process more efficient by using that. Then our computers are going to our supercomputers here, right? And then they're also going back here to our other process, which is way over here. Computers also going over here to make adaptive control units. Now I need about, oh boy, 153 or so. Yeah, 153 more. And again, it's just waiting for adaptive control units and supercomputers. Does it have 100? And it needs 2 of these. So that means we need 300 of these adaptive control units. Do we have 300 of them in here? We do not. So it still needs this part of the process. So you definitely want to keep that part of the process going, and you see that it's doubling it up as well. There's a lot of circuit boards in there. Wow, okay, a lot of circuit boards. We could probably, again, cut those circuit boards down. Probably has a bunch of those backlogged in here. Yikes, okay, too many. So we put 200 in there. See, the problem is the circuit boards are slowing down the computers. So the smart thing to do is to take the circuit boards out of there and infuse those directly into the computers, everybody. There we go. See that? Now those babies are running in there, and then this has made a whole bunch and run them off over here, but we can also put a backlog into here, so it's running those as well. And then we can distribute him, but it'll automatically distribute him back to the other side, which you don't want to do. What we want to do is take a box here and try to squeeze it in here. Probably a little too close. We want to take a box, and we want to use that box to run them off to the side here. This one's going around that way. How can we get that in there? We can do something like this. Put this off to the side. Run this into this other one. By the way, you can run the same resource into the same thing. Like I can run the different circuit boards into this one and into this one. So when this one runs out, which it ultimately will, it's going to run out because it's waiting on that plastic. It'll feed all the rest of that. So now this is massively styling. It's got lots of plastic, lots of cable, lots of circuit boards, and this will run at 12.5 per minute, meaning that's going to be producing them faster, which means we're going to get that last stage done. And that's a lock, everybody. That's just a matter of time now. If I just let that run, if I AFK, come back, I don't know, an hour or so, that sucker's done. For sure. And again, very efficient way of doing it, right? We turned all this stuff off, but we're going to have a lot of that extra resources, which we can run in Dimensional Depot to be used later, and so on. What are we doing over here? Oh, a whole bunch of explosive rebar we put over there. What do we got here? Nothing in this one? This one connected to something? Oh, this is our smokeless powder that we were doing before, and then here. Very nice. Look at this. Holy mackerel. Tons of iron rebar there. Yeah, we were doing that so we could make that explosive rebar. I love that explosive rebar, everybody. If you've never tried the explosive rebar, which I haven't, I tried it in this playthrough. I kind of left a bunch of stuff for me to try later, including all of the nukes and all of that other stuff that we'll do later on. We got some reason we got a train problem. I think the train is blocking the thing again. We'll get on our quick wire train and figure out why our trains are blocking each other again. Our train is blocking each other. Well, let's get on a train. Well, let's go around the corner first here and see if the train's parked there. No. Oh, game loves to troll me. Alright. The second I click it is the time it turns it around the other way. Alright, let's go figure out why our trains are stopped. We don't want our trains to stop too long because, again, it'll run out of coal and then our power will go off. So we gotta go take care of business over here. Again, let all that other stuff run. Couldn't stop it in time. I was holding the brake the whole time. Makes me have to reset up my train. Alright, take that train out. What is it waiting on? Yeah, it's waiting on this other train to come through there. Maybe I should straighten this out a little bit. We got some signaling problem here. See, this train is coming back, and this one's trying to go through. So this one is basically stopped. This stopped it on both directions. I wonder if I just put one right here. Need a computer. Well, first, let's get this train out of the way. Turn off the self-driving. Yeah. We got a bit of a junction problem there. Get it out of the way, and then we'll hit Q, and we'll turn on self-driving, and then we'll jump off. Alright, that'll take care of itself. So we have a little junction problem here where it's blocking all of the trains. Now this one I have to, because I crashed into it, I have to turn self-driving back on again because I crashed into it. That was my bad. We need to revamp how we're doing this right here, for sure. This does not seem to be working, obviously. Let's take this out. And it's going to mess up a little bit of our trains, but we'll get this working. We'll go ahead and run this out a little bit. Say like this. Really separate out these trains a bit. And that's going to help us with our signaling here. See, it's going to really separate the various lines. Whenever you go into a junction, you want to have yourself a separate line. Look around and see if there's anything. See how much nicer that is. And then what you want to see is you want to see that it is actually marked as a separate line. This one I might be able to take out. Because then it will... No. That definitely needs to be a separate thing. Feel like we might want it there. No, maybe up there. Now let's put it up here. This way it can separate itself a little bit more, and then when it's coming back, it'll stop back here. It'll stop back here. Actually, might want to move this up just a little bit so it'll stop a little closer. So this part, the whole train, when it comes back, should be off on its own side so that this one can still go through without that train obscuring it. I put it way too close, and sometimes that happens. That it's obscuring it. This train's trying to come through, and because it's a single track, it is stuck on there. Now, let's see if this train comes back this way. Or did it already go by and I just missed it? Let's go see if this train is stuck up here. Oh, look at all these guys. Oh, no, there it goes. And it switches, and it goes through. All right, that's good. That's good stuff. That's taking that back. We want to wait until our other train comes through and see how it transitions. So this train is the larger of the two trains. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back. So we definitely might want to just go in and make this even further back. And just kind of cut it way back here. It's really awkward to do this on these types of tracks. Is that longer? Seems longer. Because it's going along the terrain. Very awkward to do it along the terrain, but we do what we got to do. We're going to see when that one comes back, is it long enough to just sit on this sidetrack by itself, letting that other one go by. Take a minute for it to load and unload and come back. Again, because that's the second time that's happened, and we definitely don't want that to happen. Where those at some point get into a sync mode where they're blocking each other. And the smaller one can also fit along this track here too. So that's pretty important. This is why I usually run separate tracks. All right, here comes the, that looks like the coal train. That's going to go this way. The other train's coming back. So this one should pull in here and block this one. We can actually see it, by the way. You can go look at the actual block signal. You can see it's red. So this one's going to come up. It's going to stop there. Perfect. Allow me to see if the train will fit. Ah, not quite. Not quite enough to fit it, which means the other train that's going to come along is going to end up stopping right there while it waits. If this one happens, and again, it should be in. You should try to sync it in such a way where that other train's way on the other side while this train's waiting on this train, and then they should all pull out of here before the other train comes back. And we can actually see it where it is. Where is our train? Right here. Boxy train is on its way back right now, and this one's pulling out of here. And then I'm going to actually simulate this one. Once this one pulls out of here, I'm going to put a train on the track over there, just to simulate this one stopping and to see if it can fit in this little spot here. Oh, actually, it'll stop back there. Yes, no, we want this block signal. We want this block signal up here. There. Nope, back further. A little close. Right there. Ooh, it suddenly stopped. All right. Yeah, see, that one will fit in that side area there. And then once we take this locomotive out, great way to test, by the way. Just put one down and see if it'll fit in there. So this one can easily get out of the way of the other train because they're in such a cycle. And again, this is really hard to do, everybody. Really hard to figure out how to do it on a single track. And then get it to work perfectly where it does that. And if you see stuff, you want to go in and tweak it and make it a little bit better, maybe widen out the tracks, make the tracks like that. I could also run a double track, and then it wouldn't be an issue. I could run that up, come back down, and then go there. But it's also fun to figure out how to use a single track because it's less resources and also really cool because trains are cool. That's for sure. Hey, Crimson Knight, what's up? Good to see you again. Thanks for coming in and hanging out on the channel. I appreciate it. I appreciate it big time. Hey, Harm, thanks for showing that love in the chat to Toxic. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for coming in and showing that love. Let's keep it rocking and rolling here. All right, we fixed our train issue there. I really want to see this train come out of here and see how it interacts with the other trains. Those other trains on the way back yet? Oh yeah, they're moving. Old train's on its way back. Yeah, and you can see it in the radar up there. See, that's what I'm looking at. See, I roll over it. There's a coal train, and then the oil train is running. But the coal train is the one that goes here. And we're going to see, this one's taking a while to load up over there, but it does. So it's way out there doing box ride. It's actually not just up the hill here, everybody. If we look at it, it's actually way up in the box ride, which is way over here somewhere. Where's that box ride? Right here. Way over here, this box ride. So it's going from where I'm at right here, all the way up to this box ride, and then coming all the way back. All right, here comes our coal train. Our box ride train is not back yet. It's coming back now. So this one's good here. Kind of feel like I might want to move that up just a little bit more. So again, this one can come through and stop on this line and not be blocking anything behind it. Yeah, I'm going to wait till this train comes back. There we go, and it should stop. Oh, man, it just stopped on a dime there. And we might be able to move this up a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead, start to just kind of get it working. I really don't like putting these on the terrain. They're really awkward. I'll really widen this out too. Lots of space for it to kind of go wide. I'm going to wait for the, oh, and look, here it comes. Here it comes. And yeah, see, it's stopped because this train is still on here. We really need a block signal way up here as well, so it knows it's a separate part of the track. Okay, and see, once this goes off, you'll see that this will roll out because this is all one big piece. Yeah, but we'll make this so this can be completely on its own, waiting for the other one to come back, and so on. Yeah, there we go. We'll take that out, then we'll reconnect that to there. We'll take this block signal, we'll move it way up here, give it plenty of space for it to just have that full train there, and then the smaller train coming back, or the smaller train here, and then the other big train coming through, or however we want to do it. That should do that well. All right, that should fix that problem, and we'll let that run, and then we can get our own train and train on out of here. Very nice. We want to save that big time. Fixed train issue. I like to leave myself little notes of what I was doing in that moment. Really helps in the long run. All right, we're going to train out of here. We're going to go back and check in on our completing of phase 4. Love the trains in this game. They did such a phenomenal job on trains, everybody. Such a wonderful job. Take mine off the track so it's not blocking them. And there we go. And you can see we have a train station here, which is quartz and sulfur. Up here, this is all coal there. Little mini stations over here, which is quick wire here. And then behind that is our box ride drop off. And you can see that they have little things where they can just go out onto the main track and don't have to go through the other station, which keeps it from having the station blocked. So you can create little mini stations along the line to allow smaller trains to get by the bigger trains, right? So the bigger trains are coming through, and they're going to go a little bit slower. You can see that one's going through. And then here comes our quick wire train behind that. And so it doesn't have to wait for this train to go way off over there. It can just go straight through and drop off that quick wire. And the quick wire is like the odd one because its cycle kind of cuts in between a bunch of other trains, depending on which trains are in which stations at which time. So very, very useful. And again, this quick wire is then being fed into here, and then it's going to run over here and infuse itself into our high-speed connectors over here, which we need a bunch of quick wire right now. Here it comes. We should actually probably scale up our quick wire as well. I wonder how much quick wire it's putting in there. Okay, it's only putting 2 stacks of quick wire. How could that possibly be? All right, and so this quick wire is going to high-speed connectors. High-speed connectors are then being fed into here. But it's not really hurting for high-speed connectors. It's really hurting for computers. Also, we have a bunch of quick wire going over here for our AI limiters. Our AI limiters are also going this way and ending up over here. Are we hurting for AI limiters? Not really. Not really. So really, quick wire doesn't matter. I can go in and I can scale that up to 50 times that, and it wouldn't matter because it's still going to be waiting on these computers over here. So again, don't do stuff you don't need to do. Don't make 10,000 plates and you're like, hey, Kismet, I made 10,000 plates. Well, why? What are you using them for? Are you using them for anything? No, I just made 10,000 plates. Okay, awesome. I'm all about efficiency first, everybody. That's my mandate from corporate, from Fix It Corporate. So I'm in here getting it done. Showing you guys how to be super efficient so you don't get lasered from space. There we go. That's not my department, by the way, everybody. I don't laser people from space. I just try to get... Look at that! Now it's got 19 of them, everybody. Again, look how we scaled that up. And we made a huge difference. Holy mackerel. All right, yeah, now we can double this up. Now we gotta tap. We gotta tap into this. All right. We're gonna back up. Actually, we could probably take this out and put this right next to it, right like that. There we go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get our lifter here. We're gonna turn it that way. We're gonna use a splitter. We got that storage right there. How are we gonna do this? This is a good question. We're gonna split it here. We're gonna run that one in there, and we're gonna run this one up. Or spaghetti. That's what we need. There's always a way of doing it, everybody. And this one, we're going to need to turn this way. Not running into that one. This one's going to split here. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to run this one into that one. Now, by the way, they made it where you can actually copy exactly what you're doing in the other one, which is awesome. So glad that they added that. All right, we'll just put a power pole here. Not like we already got enough spaghetti to go around. Okay, so that one's got that going. Now, here's a smart thing to do. Everybody, take half of these and put half of these in here. And then put the other half in here, and bam, it's already off and running. Then we're going to overclock it with our power shards, which we have a couple, 300. And put those in there, overclock that, and then we want to go ahead and try to find this. So we're going to take this out of here, and we're going to take this and put that in there. So that's doubling that again, and then we'll go in here and we're going to merge this. And this is because we got all the other processes done. We have a bunch of these left over. Now I put the other two in here just to give it 1.5 times right now, waiting on some automated wiring. But it already has a bunch of both of the process, right? So it already has 50 of these in here. And it's also backlogged. So again, take this out, cut that in half, put that there. Take this, put this here, and now we just, not only are we doubling it because of the summer sloop, but we're doubling it again. So it's like 4 times the amount it's producing in the same amount of time. And it is way more efficient. I've been kind of waiting for that thing. And by the way, we only need like 79 more. But now we're going to do it even faster. Again, we got all those other processes going a bit better. We optimize those processes like computers so that we're making more supercomputers faster. And you get the general idea. Now, once it does the first one, it will then kick into 3.75, so it's going to go faster. It's going to produce more. And there we go. Now, do I need 6 of them or 10 of them? Probably not, because it's going to burn up most of those resources. And before we know it, everybody, we'll have all of Phase 4 done. Just what we made here. This is not a lot of processes, everybody. I mean, this is a good amount over here because I did max out the node when we were doing level 4 belts. But this is nothing, everybody. This is just a tiny bit. We're going to tear all this down. We're going to rebuild it again with those highest tier belts and, of course, the highest extraction. But what we'll need is we'll need a bunch of these resources to do that. That we will need big time. So yeah, that's going to be cranking those out like crazy. Oh, there goes 2 more right there. Yeah, now we're going to need 70 more. Awesome. Awesome. All right, keep going. Again, automated wiring was waiting on right now. Let's go check this automated wiring over here. We know it's going over here. Ran out of steel pipe, huh? Ah, okay. So we're out of stators. This is out of stators. Okay. Do we have any stators in our dimensional depot? I see some stators are going that way, but they're not being used. So let's take those out. Less spaghetti there. These stators are going where? Over here into this process. Is this process even doing anything anymore? No. It's okay. So we take those stators out of there as well. Again, repurpose all of this. Don't need it anymore right now. Take all of that out. All of that stator diversion that's going on there. And then put our stators right back in there, and bam, that's going to infuse right into all of those processes there. Interesting that it's not going up to there, though. Oh, that's coming from the steel pipes. Why is that? Oh, that's the output. That's the output. That's outputting status. So we need more steel pipe over here. So let's go ahead. Again, all we have to do is just watch those little bits that are going to run out. And we can take some of these steel pipes out the front. Steel pipes, we probably have a crazy ton of those in the dimensional depot. Go. There we go. All right, this is going to make a bunch more stators. Off it goes. Keep them stators are going. We have a lot of stators, so we're good. We're good from that because we reclaimed a bunch of those, and then this is going to make our automated wiring again. We could definitely double up on those if we had some more summer sloops, but we're okay. We're okay. We're good. Computers are looking really rock solid. Again, we infused all those extra computers that were on the other side over there that we didn't need that many over there. Where we really need is right here in our stuff here. Again, let's go over here and work on this plastic while we're waiting. Again, more plastic is going to help us build more of that stuff in the long run, but we need plastic so we can build this. Oh yeah, we got enough. We get this oil up here and we can start producing a bunch more. Now again, if it's sitting like this, everybody, you just hit H to go into hologram mode. Just make sure to line it up so it's up there, and then you can nudge it around. They made the nudging unlimited, which I absolutely love them for because having that not unlimited sucks. Sucks big time. All right, and then we have a bunch of these that we had left in our train. We had built it in ahead of time. And then now we can go ahead and utilize this oil here. So we're going to run this out like this. We're going to run this up and run that way over to there. So let's go ahead and put a junction here. Run that out up into that junction. Not enough plastic. What a surprise. What a surprise. Again, really hurting for that plastic, but then again, that's why we left this room to make a bunch of plastic, because I knew that was going to happen at some point. And just grab a bunch there and see how we do. All right, out of here into there. Very nice. Okay, we're going to need our pump. Get our pump on there, going the right way. More plastic. Told you we were going to be hurting for plastic in the later game. This is the moment. This is the moment where you're hurting for that plastic. That's okay. It's making a bunch. I can just grab it as I need it. All right, pumps for sure. We're going to need to pump that up like so. We got another connector over here. We're going to upgrade this connector. We should save first. More plastic. Whenever you upgrade these pipes, everybody, it does it more on the server than it does on a solo game. Whenever you're upgrading these power poles, I suggest to save first, because I've had it crash way too many times. And it's so ingrained in my brain now. All right, that pump's going to push that up there, no problem. And now all we got to do is get that pump over here to our destination. What are we doing here? We're just doing a single drop, it looks like. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll get a wall because it doesn't snap to the wall anymore, which just totally sucks. I don't know why they took that out. Makes no sense to me, everybody, but not everything does. So this down into there. See, now you got to use these wall things to get this to do what you want it to do. And now we got to get this all the way over here. And again, it doesn't just snap to the roof. I can't just put it in there. Very annoying. Actually, I think we need to go and, speaking of the awesome sink, we need to go and buy some more stuff, which will help us with that. Let's see. We need our awesome shop. We're going to throw one right there. We're going to dip in here and go to here and grab our... Wow, 90 tickets. See, if you just let this run, that's mostly Quickwire, by the way, that did that 90 tickets. I just let that Quickwire run since the beginning when I first go. All right, here we go. We're going to go on a shopping spree here. Oh, our throughput. We haven't done that yet. Oh, let's add that in. Our level 3 here. These are absolutely useless, but I'm going to get them anyway, because why not? Just unlock it all at the same time. Yeah, I haven't done that throughput thing yet. That's a 1.1 thing, everybody. I'm not doing any lighting right now. See, I like to earn it where you unlock it as you go along and not just, you know, easy mode the whole thing. Don't need any of those right now. We could definitely go with that one. Personal elevator. Don't need any of those. Oh man, I'm going to play around with a whole bunch of that stuff later on. I like this structural cable pack. That's pretty cool. We are definitely going to mess around with that. That's new. I never buy any of this stuff or buy any parts. Maybe one of these playthroughs in the future we'll go in and we'll work on setting it up where we can just buy parts. I like making it myself. Oh, there's a dark mode. Ah, I never even noticed that. Yeah, not very good because it's reversing it and not actually putting it in color. Whatever. All right. I like the dark mode in general because it helps my eyes. All right, how much do we need? 21. Wow, okay, buy it all. Oh, Adam's got something to say.
Humans have long practiced delegating work that strains and tires them to machines. It is their best achievement. Simple counting and short-term memory are often among such challenges, which the conveyor throughput monitor is specialized in. Simply add it to any belt, and it will tell you its throughput after only 1 minute.
Oh, cool. Cool to know. All right. I don't think of anything else in here that I need. What I really need is was all the pipeline stuff. Now, I don't use these attachments, wall attachments, to put them into walls. They're wall holes. But the pipeline wall support, that we could potentially use. Not sure if it works vertically anymore. Let's go see. It does. Okay, so there we go. So that's the whole reason why I was looking for that, everybody. All that other stuff was just kind of fun stuff. But it will attach it to the roof. So you would definitely want to have that unlocked. And let's see if it actually attaches to the wall. Maybe that's what we needed to attach to the wall. Oh, you need the pipeline wall support now to attach to the wall. Oh, or maybe that was before and I just forgot. That's possible. Possible. So yeah, now we're going to use that pipeline support. That tells me I should unlock that way earlier. Absolutely. If we're going to use that. What are we doing? Plastic. We got to grab some more stuff off the belt here. Look how consistently this is going. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, I got to need a lot of this plastic. Again, this slows down our computers and stuff on the other end. But we're going to double this up here in just a minute. Actually, we're going to double it and double it again. Over here. And we won't have this problem. All we got to do is get this pipe from here to over there. That's always the hard part. All right, we're just going to run that pipe directly over this way. Again, got to love this logistics level. stuff where you have it running underneath, where you don't have anything else obstructing it. And we'll just have it go in underneath like that. We should see it start to separate, start to end up in there. And then, of course, our input is actually right here. Run that down in there. Make sure that is your input. You want to make sure you're not putting it in the wrong side. There it goes, and we should see it start to fill up, and it will start to produce some plastic and heavy oil residue. We also want it to go into the next section, so we're going to go ahead and run it like that. And it's going to start getting up to speed. Now, this one over here, we'll want to go ahead and run. Oh, we need more plastic. We'll want to run to the end as well. And we're going to go ahead and take our plastic. We're going to run it like this as well. And we're going to use the plastic that's coming out of this one to help us. Well, there it goes. To help us build more of this over here. So now this one is going to be supplying us with plastic. So we got that one to go across there. We got that to go across there. This we want to go ahead and take just one of these factories to run that across the other side here. So we're going to go ahead and take this. I'm going to run this out. I'm going to go ahead and put it into straight mode, which I absolutely love because it makes it so much easier. So just run that out nicely and then run that into there. And then this is going to take all of this excess stuff here, which is your heavy oil residue, and it's going to run it in here, and then produce it into petroleum coke. The petroleum coke then going in the box, going around the backside, ending up into the awesome sink. So getting us more tickets on top of that. This one here in the back, same thing, except for it's going to run it around and end up in the other awesome sink that's here in the front. But we got to get this pipe over here, over this way, and run it a bit over the top of this. Now, you can get away with a little bit of lift, everybody, because the output of the machines are helping you with your head lift. So usually about 10 high is where you want to be. And again, we'll go over here, and we can use all the plastic. Much easier to grab right here. Oh, down a little bit. There we go. Look at all that plastic. Oh, yeah, that's a whole bunch. That in my pocket. Faster than I can grab it. Faster, 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 faster. Can I outrun the machines? Nope. Nope. It is way too fast. All right. And then over here, we can use this for pipes. Up to there. So that's going to run that out and run it up here. And then we'll run it down. Yeah, let's say something like this. And then something like that. And then same thing over here. It's going to take the byproduct or the residue of that, and it should eventually run it into here. If I see it's not running into there, then something's afoot, everybody. Something's afoot, like it doesn't have power, or it's not getting any oil, or whatever it is. Let's go ahead and see if it's actually processing. It is. And it can, if you let the plastic backlog, it'll also stop, right? You don't want those processes to stop. That's the number one thing of what we're doing, is trying to keep things from stopping. Now, we already have a output line over here, so we can go ahead now and utilize the rest of this plastic. I'm just going to run it out real wide here. Again, remember, we're going to tear all this down anyway. But if you're going to tear it down later, making it all fancy is kind of useless. Oh, that doesn't need a splitter. I needed a merger, so I'm going to E and then E again to switch between the various ones. And then now we have basically 4 times our plastic production, because we have plastic production over here, and we have 2 of them running for plastic, and now we have 8 of them, and then we did 8 more, so that's 16 plastic running. Look at it go now. Look at that. Ooh, mama. Get that plastic in there. That's a lot of plastic right there. Now, the reason why it's doing so much right now is because that it has a backlog, right? So it's trying to merge that backlog in. But eventually that backlog will go away, and you'll start to see it get much like that one over there, where it's spread out like that, where it's more spread out, right? So it's the second it produces it, it's running it down the line, and you'll see that it will merge a bunch better. But this just massively infused everything that we were doing with a ton of plastic, which means that we are going to be able to do our computers faster, our circuit boards, which helps with our computers, and so on. It just distributed that to all of the places in which we're using that plastic. So this now, you can see, is not waiting on any plastic anymore. And then, of course, we're also running plastic into both of these. So this one's not waiting. This one, we could probably throw the rest of that in there. And now we have plenty of circuit boards, which is really the only thing that's slowing us down. We have plenty of cable, and we have now more plastic. We have the circuit boards. We are good. And we see we got some plastic going over here into this box. Holy mackerel, look at all that plastic in there that's just been sitting in there this whole entire time. Holy mackerel, I didn't even know that was backlogged. We could have definitely used that. We could have used that big time over here to infuse a bunch of that plastic in there. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and do that right here. Let's do that. Where's that coming in? It's coming down from the top there. So again, I like to make little infusion points where this is coming in and then it's splitting it. So we want to go ahead and put a merger here. And then see if we can get this up into this merger. There we go. And then we take all this plastic, which has just been sitting here. I didn't even know that was there. I can just put that in there. And now that is also going to infuse that into our circuit boards. So now the circuit boards are just going to have as much plastic as possibly need. Had no idea it had that much. No idea it had that much backlog. All right, then we'll take our tickets and we'll put them in the awesome sink, as well as we have a bunch of these we'll throw in there. We got some this and those and whatever else. What about motors? Oh, we already got plenty of motors in there, and let's go ahead and throw those in there. Looks good. All right, we'll let that stuff run. We also can sort out some of this stuff again out of our inventory that we're not going to use for right now. Let that stuff all get sorted. Okay, how we doing? We are 46 away now. Okay, now see, this has burned up all the resources that we had from before. So right now it's waiting on those supercomputers. Okay, awesome. Awesome. That is still feeding that over there. Yes, it is. Okay, supercomputers yet again. What's it waiting on? Let's go see. It's waiting on computers. Okay. But it is doubling up the supercomputers now, so it'll send one into one and one into the other. So it'll produce two of them at a time. That's just a matter of time now. Plenty of plastic now. All of these things are not an issue. We have plenty of cable, plenty of circuit boards and plastic. We've got all this extra plastic over here that we can just infuse in there so it's not waiting on circuit boards. We have all these extra circuit boards over here. Holy moly. All right, we are so styling. So styling there. It's cool to discover when you have a whole box. Like you were, see how I was hurting for that plastic? And I hadn't realized that over time, because this was waiting for the computers for so long, it had backlogged a massive amount of plastic. So I didn't really need to even add that extra plastic over there. But now you know you've got a bunch of circuit boards, you got a bunch of plastic, you got a bunch of stuff. So when that does eventually run down and gets to the point where it needs more plastic, it'll be styling. I'm clear sailing all the way to the end. All the way to the end of phase 4. So we are good to go. All right, now we are ready to see if we can go ahead and again get back to our radio towers. Let's get those queued up. I think it was 8 of them I needed. So we need crystal oscillators. Let's go ahead and see if we can retool something for some crystal oscillators. Let's go ahead and look at crystal oscillators. Crystal oscillator. What do we need? We need some quartz crystal, we need some cable, and we need some reinforced iron plates. So we need a manufacturer for that. Just happens to be that I'm over here and I've got a ton of quartz that I'm not really using over here. And we can go ahead and sneak another little spot right over here where we can a little bit of quartz crystal. And we'll go into blueprint mode. Okay, no blueprints there. It can snap to. That's fine. We'll just do it ourselves here. Nudge that in there. That looks like it's up and not actually at the level. It sure is. At the level. There we go. There we go. And we'll go ahead and just do a little offline production here. We'll throw a manufacturer down. Don't have any plastic. Hold on. We got to go get some more. I happen to know where a ton is. And we can just keep that plastic on us now. Look at that. Boom. Also good for our building. Get back to making some more crystal oscillators over here. We made some earlier. But we took that production out and we did a whole bunch of other stuff. Again, I don't always keep production of stuff going if I don't need to. Really unnecessary, I think. Why are we not tapping this node instead of this node? I guess this one's closer. I can just go ahead and take this, because these are all bringing quartz in, and just divert it from this one over here. In fact, so all of our lifters and belts are going to be faster now. And into there. There we go. Then we can use this one for over here. And there we go. Okay, we want to make some crystal oscillators. So we got to make quartz crystal first. Duh. So we want to do something like this. Now we don't need to make a lot of it super fast. We can just take it over time. We want to go ahead and make some quartz crystal. There we go. Give it some power here and here. And we'll go ahead and tie it in. Let's tie this one in. Over here. And then we can tie. I feel like I'm going to need another one. So let's just make another one. And tie that in. There. There we go. Alright, so there we go. Easy, easy. Put that in there. Make it where I don't have to make 50 of these, so I can just go power shards. Again, this is a great use of power shards. Again, it uses more power, but it uses less of your time to make that quartz crystal. So we need cable and reinforced iron plates. Now, we probably have a massive amount of all of that, so no reason to run all of those lines over here. We're just going to go ahead and do a little offline production here, where we just run this into here and that into there. And again, we need cable is actually what it is. We'll take all that cable out of there. And that cable in there. There we go. And then reinforced iron plates. Reinforced. I can tell you we're making a bunch of those. Reinforced. There we go. And those are just going to run back in the dimensional depot. So we don't need to worry about it. We'll just burn up what we have in the depot. It'll run back in there. And then it'll make us a bunch of crystal oscillators. So we need about 200 crystal oscillators. So we're going to go ahead, just have it run this out. In case it makes more than what can go in the depot, we'll put the box down first, and then we'll go ahead and have it put that automatically in the depot for us to use while we're out and about. So we can just kind of let this run. Now, also, I'm the type of person that would also overclock this. Don't need to double it up, really, but just so it's going faster, producing that faster, I don't have to wait around for it. Same thing here, overclock that, and then that will do crystal oscillators. That was it. Because again, I already have extra quartz that I brought for other processes. So very nice. What are we at? 454 still. Kind of feel like we're still waiting on something over here. Why have we not done another one? Let's go see. We're waiting on them supercomputers. Did we disconnect the supercomputers? Are they not making their way over here? We sure did. Look at that. Look at all those supercomputers. Oh, that was my bad. Let's see. I forgot to reconnect that to go to there. Yep, that was my bad. But then again, it's going to perfectly split those up into both of those and make a whole lot of those. Holy mackerel. All right, that was a lot of those. 36. Oh, that's it right there, everybody. We did it. That's it. It's got enough to finish right there. So glad that I went and did that. See, how I'm always watching that number. If that number doesn't go up, you know that there's some sort of issue along the way. So yeah, found the issue there. Pretty awesome. Again, I made it so I made 2 of these, and then I forgot to reconnect those in. But yeah, now nice. That's basically 80 of those, and we need 40. We can make double the amount of those. Okay, and eventually we're going to need computers for us. So once we're done doing all of this and we're into phase 4, we'll want it to backlog a bunch of computers as well. We can start to siphon those computers off of there now because we don't really need the supercomputers anymore. So as this is running out, to do ourselves a little bit of a solid here, we're going to wait for a computer to come through because we know it's that middle one that's the computer. This one right here. See how it went through? We're going to siphon some of these off of here, meaning that we're going to go in and we can go in and try to make this a little nicer. See, like this. We're going to split this off of here. Like this. Now, we also need supercomputers as well. I hate it when stuff clips, so I have to run that. Definitely run that. Most people do. And this is something they addressed, everybody, is that they don't need to make it where it detects how close that is or whatnot, because most people don't like it to clip. So, like, the user themselves will take care of it. They don't need to say, oh, well, hey, that's going through that thing and whatnot. And that's really brilliant that they thought that through in terms of the user experience. And that tells you how smart they are, whatnot. So we're going to start backlogging basically a bunch of computers that we can use for our radio towers, right? And we're also going to backlog a bunch of crystal oscillators. So we're going to go ahead and also put a dimensional depot up here. You guessed it, that's right. So it's going to automatically put it in there. So while we're traveling around, it's going to automatically put extra computers in there and crystal oscillators. We can also get it putting cable back in there again, but it already is putting cable back in there. Actually, kind of hard to see because my little thing's in the way. But it is actually, if we go ahead in here and we say cable, you can see that it's actually going up, because in the production over here, way up on this one here, my copper one, it's actually putting the cable back in there. So very, very awesome. That is going to do its thing. Put these back in here, put this back in there, put that in there. We'll put our plastic back in there as well. What the heck? Throw some plastic back in the dimensional depot. Oh, too many of these. All right, we'll just throw those away then. Put plastic in there. There we go. It'll put that all away so I don't have to carry it around in my inventory. This is all I really want to carry around in my inventory. Can we make a radar tower right now? No, we need 10 computers and 25 crystal oscillators to just do one. But as you can see, those computers are going up, and we, again, don't need any more supercomputers. We are just waiting for it to finish the process now. And if I leave everybody, wow, it's already at, it needs like 22 more. If I leave now, by the time I get halfway there, it'll, not even halfway there, maybe a quarter of the way there, it'll be done. So we're about to flip the switch, everybody. And again, that's very efficient. I mean, that's probably the most efficient I've ever done that in going from phase 3 into phase 4 and finishing phase 4. That's very, very efficient. Again, using all my modular style combined with a bit of spaghetti here. Again, you mix all the different techniques together, everybody, and using spaghetti is, or using this kind of mayhem belt system is also a technique. It also does work, as you can see. And I say have as many tools in your tool belt as you got, everybody. Use whatever's most efficient, whatever works in that moment as well. And again, if I go make 10,000 plates with some level 2 belts, I have to take that out and then put in, got to go in every single one and upgrade all the belts. Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Gonna make me some blueprints and then take all that down, put it back in, but basically at its maximum it's ever gonna produce. That I really find fun. Or what you can do is go get all the raw resources, bring all the raw resources in, and then process it in a gigantic mega base if you want. There's a lot of different ways of doing it. Personally, I like to have all the power by wherever I am. I like to go get the resources for the power, bring them over here so I'm not running back and forth all the time, right? I can run out there, that's not too far, or even just put a hypertube over there. But having all of your trains, all of your power, especially fluids, which is probably my favorite power out of all the power. We're not even a rocket fuel yet. I'm just showing you that you can do this with just 20,000 power. You can finish the entire game with 20,000 power. 10 more to go. 10 more to go. Oh, 6 more to go. Oh, man, I think we're about done. I think this is one more round, and that's it. Let's go watch those final ones run in there. I always love to watch the final ones go in. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's 4 more, it looks like. Oh, 2 more, and we got this. How long that take? 4 or 5 hours of just it running? So 4 or 5 hours, I did all of phase 4, basically. Because instead of going in and spending 20 hours building out each and every process, I went in and utilized the most efficient way of doing it. Oh, and there it is. There it is. That's done. We don't need to make any more of those. Get over here. We good. We good. And we good. All right, now what's going to do is I'm going to let it backlog a bunch of that stuff that it was doing before. Let it backlog all of that so that I will have some extra supercomputers and other things like that. But I'm going to cut off the supercomputers over here so it starts to put it in this box. And then we're going to take the support out of here. And we're going to have this also go, you guessed it, in the dimensional depot. So our supercomputers now back in the depot they go. Like so. We also have some of the computers coming off of those, and those computers are now going in the depot. We can also look at where all of our computers are going, right? So our computers are also going this way, and they're running all the way to the end here, right? We can just kind of follow this computer all the way over here to a process that's not even running anymore. See, and this is actually maxed out. So we can just take that out of there, take all of these computers out of there. And now we can also eliminate this one from running that. And we have a lot of extra computers there too. We could have used those for our supercomputers earlier. Take that out. And then now this is only going to run the computers directly into the supercomputers right in here. And you can see that it needs more computers, right? But here's what we can do. Again, just infuse right there, which is why I have that. So some of these are going to go in the dimensional depot. And some of these are going to go in here. And we're going to have a lot of supercomputers here, just a bit. A whole bunch of those. Again, it allows us to catch back up on those. Look at our computers going up massively over there as well. So very cool. Yeah, going back up there for sure. And we can see it here in the dimensional depot over here. Now we got 30 of them in there. Very nice. The thing that's really kind of slowing us down is also our cable. I feel like we could double up on our cable in the dimensional depot. We have a lot of cable over here. Doesn't look like a good spot for it right there. Maybe we'll just divert it over on the top of one of these for now. This is all going to get revamped. Now the whole point of what we're doing is to eliminate all of this storage and just put it in the depot instead. There we go. Now it's going to feed a lot of cable in there. And then it's doubling up. It's feeding the cable up there and down here at the same time. And this is also after the box, so anything that's in the box it'll take care of. Let's get rid of this thing that's floating up here. And now we got our cable going in there. We got our computers going in there. We got our cable going in there. Let's see if we got any more computers just hiding over here before we wander off. We've got some in here. We'll take those. And we have some on the belt, so we might as well take those off the belt. And then those, I'm just going to manually put in there, just like that. What do we got here? Some circuit boards and nothing there. That's what you want to see, everybody, that you've kind of eliminated everything that you were doing before. And you no longer need any of that. And these are running in there. Why are those? Oh, because I turned it off. I turned it off. So those are starting to backlog those. Let's go over here and turn off this automated wiring. We no longer need that. And then this is going to produce a bunch of stators. Oh, we're all out of wire. That's a good one. That doesn't happen too often, everybody. Usually have a crazy ton of wire. Or wire here. Wire. Again, another thing that's going in the dimensional depot, I can just take out, throw in here. Just have it make a bunch of extra stators while it's at it. And then I'll have a bunch of extra stators to use. But I don't need any more automated wiring, so that I can turn off. In fact, I could go get the automated wiring, and I can put it in the dimensional depot. Right here, just eliminate this one. Eliminate that one. Dimensional depot it goes. Very nice, and if we need it later, we'll have it in the dimensional depot, which we can infuse in there. All right, did we get everything done here that we wanted to get done? We could do this one, but do I really want to? Do I really care? You know what? Let's just do it because, reasons. I'm not going to use it in any time soon, but I will eventually use it because we're going to do everything in this playthrough. We need some aluminum sheets. All right, we'll put all our aluminum sheets in there. We need our, man, what's that thing? Aluminum something. casings. There we go. We got some in there. All right, cool. We'll use those in there. We're going to need to go grab a bunch more of those. Radio control units. Do we have any of those in there? We do. We got 200 of them in there. Nice. Throw that in there. Motors. Remember, these are all set up for the dimensional depot, so this is going to run more of those in there anyway. We need about 100 more motors. We used up all of our motors that we had sitting over here. Good question of where I put them. Here. Certainly did not. A ton of them in there. Instead of waiting for them going to the dimensional depot. All right, now the big thing is aluminum casing. We're kind of hurting on that earlier. But now that we turned off all these other processes, I have a feeling we might have a few of them laying around we can grab. Yeah, right there. And we need 200. Okay. This, I have this come down. I have that go into there first. Backlogs that a little bit. Put some of those in the dimensional depot. Where else is this going? This is going this way, and it's being used. Oh, it doesn't look like it's being used right now. Going around here into here, and this is stopped, which means we probably have a bunch of these in here. Hey, just tracking it down. Again, even if you got a spaghetti, everybody, just track it down. We're going to cut this off, so this stops running this over here. No longer need this process. Stop that from splitting, and now 100% of that's going to go this way, which is pretty awesome. Oh, we're also putting some over here. Doing there. Oh, no, we were infusing those in there so we could use them. I see. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Right there. Oh, actually, we want to take 200 of that out so we can use it. There we go. So we'll just infuse those in there. It'll make us a bunch of fused things. Now I have it. I kept this on, so this should be running this into this box and then also in the dimensional depot. But we're also going to run the bottom part out here like that, so it will try to run some in there. And then these, you want to make a bunch of these, but these take a while to make, these fused modular frames. But we want to go ahead and run them out here and no longer run them there. And you probably guessed it yet again, dimensional depot. There we go. And we also had that running up and over this way. See, not only is it fun putting the spaghetti in, but I find it also fun taking it out. Completely unnecessary anymore on any of these. Taking it back up, cleaning it up one process at a time. Like that. No longer need this. Look at it go. Look at it go over there. Holy mackerel. Gonna make a ton of those. I don't know what that's doing. Oh, it's going down here to these. We take these off that belt. Any of these in here we can put in our inventory. Clean all this stuff up. Get those resources back. Very nice. And we're gonna put these in the... Man, you can barely see the hub in all of this spaghetti mess. It'd be nice when we clean it out, though. And then we'll do this just because. There we go. Just to do all the things in there. All right, Ada, tell us about it.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Oh, look out, they're recording everything you do, everybody. Look out, you could get lasered from space. All right, there we go. So those are popping and locking, everything good. By the way, right now, what do I need? Crystal oscillators. So all of these over here don't do me any good, sitting over here and turned off in the system. So now's a good time to reclaim all of those and run this over here. So it's going to be making these crystal oscillators faster and with less resources. So let's, again, always prioritize what you want to do the most. Another thing also would be these fused cells here. So bam, we'll drop that in there for now. And we'll go try to find 2 more of these here in a minute, but we definitely want these crystal oscillators to go faster because they are so slow. Let's go find 2 more over here. We're going to find where we put our doubling of stuff. I think we got most of these out of here. Again, I'm acting like I'm going to take it out, but I'm just looking for the summer sloops because who knows where I put all these things. We definitely want to keep them in there. Do we need them in the supercomputers anymore? Probably not. Probably not. We'll take it out of there. And we will double up on our crystal oscillators so that it's doing all these crystal oscillators while we're running out there. And then does it really need to do more quartz crystal? How much is it going in at? 45. Okay. Yeah, it's producing at 56. Okay, so yeah, that's plenty. You don't need to double that up. I got plenty of quartz crystal laying around. In fact, I got a giant box full of it right here. Look at that. I got that, and then also in this box too. So it's got plenty. It's just a matter of time now to make enough quartz crystals. All right, what else can we make that we really want to make some stuff? Probably over here. Put this in here, we did. All right, so we get more fused modular frames. Those fused modular frames are going into the depot. We got our computers going in the depot. Heavy modular frames are going in there. We got our cable going in there. We got everything we need to finish out this next part. But what we want to do before we go off and do that is we want to pull the lever. Let's go. You guys are here for the epic moment. That's probably the fastest I've ever done phase 4. Very, very fast. Massively fast without having to build a whole bunch of stuff. Let's lock and load. Here we go. I'm gonna move over here so you guys can see all the cool stuff. Here we go. Seal that sucker. Love it. Yeah, you gotta love that summer sloop. Lock it in.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway, you're familiar with the process. Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
All right, here we go. Seal, baby. Wow, what a good shot. Holy mackerel, beautiful shot. The sun's right at the right position.
Phase 4 of project assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish project assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
You're gonna get my best work. Mega style. Oh, so good every time. I've seen that so many times, everybody. It's awesome every time. You didn't actually, in the original early access, everybody, they kept all the story basically secret, where you didn't know that you were assembling a platform, which is pretty cool. Now, I've already finished the game multiple times, everybody, so I know what happens next. But one of the cool things is, look at this nuclear pasta. We already have 3 of those in there. So what we can do while we are busy doing other things is we already have the process of nuclear pasta already ready to go. So while we've been doing this, if you notice, I didn't turn the power off, and that's because I knew the next stage was going to need a lot more nuclear pasta. So now you can see that we have a massive backlog of a bunch of this. I should have put it in a box. That would have been even smarter. But you can see we have a bunch of backlog of the stuff that we were hurting for before. And all we have to do is just flip that switch right there, put those in there. And now we're going to get a bit of nuclear pasta. Now, eventually I'll come back and put 2 more in there and double that up. But that's 1,000 of those, everybody. This is the thing that takes the longest. Those other ones, I can make those pretty quickly. But this one definitely takes the longest, so we'll just let it run. Might as well. We're going to need a lot more of these, though. Our conversion curve, so we want to turn that back on. Fuse modular frames. Now you know why I left those going as well. So we want to get those going back again here. What's the other thing? Radio control units. So we want to go back over here, let our radio control units run. Turn that back on. Again, we need our aluminum casings back again. Where? Computers, crystal oscillators. We don't want to use our computers up yet. Amazing that we still have crystal oscillators left too, and we're making some over there. But we can actually use these crystal oscillators for our radar towers and our computers for those as well. Oh man, does that have a bunch of computers in there? It absolutely does. A bunch of computers in their backlog. Oh man, more stuff that got backlogged over there that we could have used over here. Look at this. Oh yeah, put those in there. Put those in the dimensional depot as well. Make it some more supercomputers. Okay, so we're looking good so far. And again, just waiting for those crystal oscillators to go. Now, we definitely want to get this process going again, so we can just kind of walk away from it and let it go. So we want radio control units. That's turbo motors. How many of these do we have? Radio 54. So we can go ahead and infuse these in here. Whoa, we got a ton of these. Holy mackerel. A ton of those on me. Let's put a box here. Don't need those. All right, there we go. And then fuse modular frames, which we are making way over here on this other side. And we're also putting in the dimensional depot. But we will now siphon some of those off. We should probably split that. Would be a better idea. They're coming out. It's going to run something this way. All right, now we got to put our spaghetti back again. I know you guys missed it. Like, oh, Kismet, I really missed that spaghetti you had there. I want to see some more of that. And have it doing something while you're busy off doing something else. And holding down control helps you put this on top of stuff, by the way. Otherwise, it's going to try to put it in there. Or was I running this? I totally forgot. Here. Crystal oscillators. These are fusion. Fusion's way over there. Anyway, yeah, let's bring that up a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Nope. That should not have gone in that box. Wrong. Wrong side. There we go. And we can also just put some of these in here. Also, we can just go and get the fused ones that are in the dimensional depot right now and throw those in there as well. Might as well. And then keep some for us to use later on. Put that back in the depot. And that's just going to supercharge those so those go a bit faster. Right there. Right now I need crystal oscillators though, and we can increase this later by putting some more summer loops and whatnot in there. We've got to go back over here and reinfuse some of this raw resources. So we're going to go ahead and put a splitter there. Reinfuse that in there. And this in there. There we go. That's going to take 2/3 of that, run it that way, and then it's going to go back to making our stuff. Again, we can stop and start it as we need it. And And that should make us some more copper powder. Alright, awesome. Just let it run. That's all we need there. We got that process going. I feel like the thing that's probably the weakest link out of that right there is this right here with the aluminum casings and the crystal oscillators. So we got computers going down the center here. Probably want to add some of these computers here. And that's really rock solid right there. Run some of these computers. Center one. There we go. We'll run this one out again. This one doesn't go anywhere anymore, so we can just take this out. And see, we're adding a little spaghetti, but we're taking some out at the same time. And we want to go ahead and wait a rerun. Stuff from way over here. Too far. Oh, so glitchy. On down here. Do what we gotta do. Nope, I don't like it on my trains. Too far. Grab my train station. There we go. Now this is a merger, and we want to put a splitter back here again. Put that off there. All right, looking good. Let's check our system over here. It kind of feels like it's going real slow because it probably outdid the water again. So we're going to go over here. We're going to flush the pipe network. That's going to be cranking those out of there like nobody's business because the water was stopping it. Again, we have those overclocked because it's not packaging it fast enough. I can tell you that. It's actually waiting on containers, which means it's waiting on plastic. And we're going to backtrack these containers, which are actually coming from over here. See the plastic going along there? All you gotta do is follow that plastic trail. See what's up over here. Yeah, it's not making enough of those. But it does have plenty of plastic, so that tells us that we can go ahead and power charge this. Speed that up a little bit. Oh, there we go. Now it's going to be cranking those out much faster. Not enough for how much we overclocked it, but enough to keep it going. A little better. Look at all that box right. So much. Again, we can massively scale this up here. We got so much of that. So much. Again, every now and just come in here. Just full pipe network. Boom. Flush all that water. Do yourself a solid. Increase the speed of all of that. Okay, now it's going to do more of those babies. Run those over there. Clipping there a little bit. Don't like it, but we'll do what we got to do. Do what we got to do. Get those into there. All right, we got those in there. Now, one more thing. We need crystal oscillators. So we'll go ahead and this that way. We're making some sweet, sweet spaghetti over here. I kind of feel like going this way. Too far. There we go. Right. Cable. All right, add a cable there, huh? cable over here as well. Yeah, right here. Awkward. All right. There we go. And reinforced iron plates. Definitely a lot of those. We're just going to go grab what we got and put it in that box. We have a ton of them sitting over here doing nothing. It'd be so satisfying to take all this out, though. We'll get there. Hang in there, everybody. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll take all that out. Look at all those reinforced iron plates sitting there doing nothing. Sitting there doing a whole lot of nothing. Now, these reinforced iron plates are the thing that's going to cause this to stop eventually. Because I haven't run the line for the reinforced iron plates. They're actually up there. I could run them down here. And we'll go take a look at it in a minute. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and put all those in there so that it's running. There we go. So that it stopped because of the cable. And, all right, let's go look at these reinforced iron plates, which we probably have 20 boxes of it up here. Doing diddly squat. Let's go. Somewhere, honestly, I forget where I made them. So I didn't bother to label it. So I know I'm going to tear all this down. That's not it there. About over here. Steel. Not it. Not it. Going up. About way up here at the top. Bingo. Right there. Let's see how many boxes of this stuff we've got. Down here into this storage. A lot. Gosh, dang. Not that much. All right. Let's call it 10 boxes deep. That's a lot. All right. We're going to bring this out of here. We're going to make a big old spaghetti mess out of it. Let's go. Let's go ahead and just have it hang underneath here like this. Say something like that. We got to get it from here to down there. Are we going to be lucky enough to make it? Probably not. Can we put it on the elevator? Cannot put it on the side of the elevator. Well, we learned that, didn't we? Let's just do this then. I'm gonna just extend this out. A little zoopy. Like that. Run this out. Run that down. Too steep. Oh, I know better. Just go like that. Bingo. Watch out for your blueprinter. Kind of walking it in the direction I want to go. And it's clipping in the blueprinter. We're going to see if we can get it to go. Didn't know, by the way, you can just actually put the lifter down on the ground like this. Bring it up. Like that, and then cross connect those. That's probably high, probably unnecessarily high, but too steep. I'm just trying to go the other way. Just go in the opposite direction. Too far anyway. Let's do it here. It's going in. Go that way. And line that up a little better. Bingo. Those down to there. Very rarely do I put the lifter down first, but in that case, it actually worked pretty well. That's so hard. like freaks out there. Very awkward. I don't want it to be on there. Now we'll go this way. Not sure the train's going to fit under there. Nope. It's not going to cause the train to crash. I just don't like it going through there. It'll go through your belt, but we'll just lift that back up again. Just so it's going over the top of there, and then that's fully automated there. There we go. We got so much backlog of cable and reinforced iron plates and quartz crystal that now is going to make an absolute ton of those. Okay, now we're going to let that rock and roll. It's also going to use that quartz crystal we need way over here. Look at all the spaghetti line runs. There you go. Look at that. It hurts me just to do it, everybody. But it needs to be done. Needs to be done. All right, crystal oscillators. We got a bunch of those on us. We're just gonna, oh wait, no, we're gonna use those. We don't want to throw those in there yet. We're gonna use those. But we ought to make sure that those crystal oscillators do actually make it all the way over here. So we want to see some come through on this output here. So make sure it actually is splitting it. It might only be going up. You know what? That's what we should do. We should take this off. Put a proper splitter in here. Do this, and then do this. And then do that. Don't use a proper splitter. Using a box as a splitter is broken, which completely blows everybody. It completely sucks that that's broken, because I've used that so many times and it's so effective. Using it as a splitter. All right, there we go. Now they're going in both directions. I suggest to run it out, do an actual splitter, and then use it from there. Because otherwise you'll come back and realize that it's not feeding any of those resources in where you need it to go. That's backlogging those too while it's waiting for those crystal oscillators. There they go. All right, now it's going to make some more radio control units. Going to run those in there. I don't need any of those in the dimensional depot for right now, so yeah, so radio control units. There's none in there. Okay, cool. So we'll just run those out, and we just take that depot out for now. Put that in there along with this. Control units here, which we don't need it to do. Huh, wait a minute. Are we running those radio control units over here? Apparently we aren't. Apparently we're running them right there, and we don't need them to go there. We don't need this splitter. We just need this to go to there. There we go. Definitely want to make sure that stuff is going in the right place before you walk away. That is for sure. We had a bunch of extra radio control units here, but still, I want to make sure that's good. By the way, we've already done 9 of the nuclear positives already. It's a matter of time. Just let it run. Watch how much this thing spikes my power, everybody. It's so awesome. Come on, just spike that power. Spike that sucker. Initiated the batteries. Look how perfect that is, right? It just barely hits the maximum and then dips down. And you're like, well, Kismet, before it was going way above the line. How come it's not going above the line? Because I turned all the other processes off that I don't need. And thus, I don't have to spend an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours adding more power. Pointless. Pointless to add 90,000 power if you don't need 90,000 power. I'm doing all of this with 20,000 power. I'm already in phase 5. And really, I could do all of phase 5. With 20,000 power. I absolutely could. I could finish the entire game right now just by letting that stuff run. Using the power of time. Absolutely. Look at all this going on over here. Look at these things going all these different ways. I love to watch all the belts run different things. You got trains going by. That's actually a really good shot. I should send that to the peeps over there at Satisfactory. They'd love it. Coffee Stain. I'm trying to think of their other name. Coffee Stain Studios. I think they'd love that. Some serious spaghetti going on. Pretty crazy. All right. We'll go ahead and let that stuff run. And I think we might actually get out of this base here. We've been trying to get out of here all the time. Oh, we should take a break first. Then we're going to come back and we're going to set up some more radio towers. We're going to look for some more Mercer spheres. We're going to try to get some more upgrades in our MAM. We can drop off some stuff before we leave so we don't have to micromanage all of that stuff later on. Pull that out of my inventory. Throw that back in there. This we can just put back in the depot. This we can put in the depot. There we go. All right, we'll let that run. Maybe when we come back, we'll have more crystal oscillators that we can use. And then we'll be ready to rock. So we're going to go ahead and bring in some words on stream for you guys while I take a little bit of break. Just going to walk around a little bit. And then I shall be back. So let's go ahead and start some words on stream. Back in just a bit. Here we go. everybody. Great job. Got that done. Let me go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kismets for working together. Awesome. I love to see it, everybody. All right, we're going to get back to it right over here and run back to some Satisfactory, boom, which we've been letting the factory run while we've been gone. Now 23 of the nuclear pastas already in there out of 1,000. By the way, phase 5 is the last phase, so we're going to unlock all those goodies. Let's go ahead and turn the sound back on. Go ahead and put one in the chat. Can't. Oh, Harm already did it. There we go. Thank you, Harm. I appreciate that. Another 1,000 Kismets for you all. Let's go in here and let's go ahead and see what we can unlock next. Oh, man. Here we go. Tier 8 done. Now on to Tier 9. We got some matter conversion. We got some quantum encoding. We've got some blueprinters. Very cool. Spatial regulation. And, of course, peak efficiency right here, which is the one we really want. So we want to get some time crystals, and we want to get some fix-it trigons. We probably already have a bunch of these. Really, we just want those faster belts. But we're going to need a lot of these trigons and time crystals and all of that stuff. And we want to get them unlocked by going right here, which is why we need a whole bunch of all of this stuff over here as well. And again, all we got to do is get our trigons and our time crystals, and then we can jump ahead and get these. So we want to start with this one. Let's see how many, what do we call it? It went out of my head what they were called. Fused, there we go. We have 151, we need 100. Boom, easy. We good. Put them in there. We need 250 of these other ones, which I think we told it to stop going into the dimensional depot. Let's see, we got some sitting over here. We were running them here. 50 there. We need 250. Ooh, boy. Oh, okay. 50, 50, 27. Let's grab them here. 7 more. Close. Let's see. These are radio control units. Nope, none in there. All right, don't quite have enough of those, but we'll put some of them in there just to get them started. In here, and again, we'll let that run. Oh, we're not too far away. And then a bunch of these things. Now, see, if you've already played through the game like I have, everybody, you already know what you're looking for next. So you can backlog a bunch of that particular thing, or you can save a bunch of that particular thing. Like here, we've got 92 of those, but we definitely need more of those radio control units right over here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and cut this off from the turbo motors, because all I really need is the radio, or the cooling systems, I mean. Need those cooling systems, so I can just flip that back on, and I have plenty of heat sinks, rubber, and water that I can let that go. Then back here again, heat sinks, we can turn those on, use up those aluminum sheets, which we have a ton of those, and a ton of these being run right in there. So that's just going to keep running all of those non-stop until we end up with enough of those cooling units that we can use. So again, we want to get that started while we're busy doing other things. Over time. And I suggest that when you go from Tier 4, or Phase 4 into Phase 5, that you do just keep your nuclear pastas going, because those take a really, really long time. They really do. Unless you massively scale them up, which I rarely do, because I don't really need to scale them up right now, but we might scale them up later. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so that gives us a bit of a start on that. That's all good. We'll put this back in the dimensional depot. Oh, we don't need to. We don't need to. Just trash it then. Get out of my inventory. Okay, now we have enough for all 8 of our radar towers over there. Kind of hard to see behind my little vault van life thingy. But we're going to go ahead and make our way now out to where we were working. We also need to get this... let's go get this empty dismantle crate out here. We're going to highlight that, and we're going to find it. We're going to take a train. Any train going this way? No train going this way right now. Also, we let it run all that time, and the trains didn't get stuck, which means that our fix from earlier was working. We want to go this way. Had to switch that track there, so I was going the right way. Another train coming through. Forgot what the key is. All right, fix that up nicely. Okay, we're looking for this dismantled crate somewhere. There it is, right there on the train track. What we got in here? A whole bunch of rando stuff. All right, yay. All right, no more dismantled crate. Those things drive me crazy, everybody. I get real triggered. Those things trigger me big time. Okay, we got to put one right here in the center here so we can hit all of this. Let's see if that's big enough. So if we were going to measure this, and it was this wide, it would be somewhere in this area right here. We need to do this so we get this other stuff here. I think we also had a problem down here where we couldn't see the nodes, right? Oh, yo, right here. So yeah, we need to put one here too. Well, let's just go ahead and start with that then. That means we're going to probably need 9 of these. All right, so we'll throw this over there. We'll connect that to our tower, and then now, yes, there we go. So this was just happened to be where this wasn't overlapping these nodes here. So we're good. All right, so I'm kind of feeling like, say, right in here in this center part, it's going to get us a big circle there, which might hit this. So let's say right here. So what I do is I put like an exclamation point or a thing here, and then I highlight it so I can make my way to it like that. And that's good. All right, we're out. If you notice that I don't use the buggy or anything like that, I typically will just use power poles, and you can just tap into whatever you got. Like over here, we've got a power line, which we can just run. We can also use the big power lines if we want. But I'll just run this power line, say over here, and then from there, I don't like to clip it if I can avoid it. There we go. And now I can just elevate myself up here. Another power line there, and I can just float up here and grab it. Very, very useful, as you can see. Again, I try to go in different ways than I went before. Again, you might run into some stuff. Also, we'll get out our Mercer Sphere. Nope, none here yet. We got all those already. We're just going to head this way. This is taking us underneath a cave here. Kind of feel like I want to go up here, though. Or can we put another one of these up here? Oh, here's a ledge right here. There we go. Another ledge there. Oh, look out. All right. Also a good time to get all of our weapons locked and loaded. And you can see we already have some that we already did here, so we could go ahead and utilize this a bit. And again, check for those Mercer Spheres. No. All right, maybe go straight across here. Straight across this way. And I like to be up above it all. It's real fun. Fun way of doing all of this. There's a glowy guy there, which you could probably just open. There's a Mercer Sphere too. Probably just dip down, grab it, get out of there as quick as you can. Got it. All right, Mr. Spidey, come get me. Later, sucker! They should die from that. All right, Mercer Sphere over this way. Oh, 2 Spideys going to jump at me. Come on, Spideys. Come on. No, you want to. Let's go. Later, sucker. I love it every time. I see where my little pole was. There we go. Easy. Oh, didn't get that one. And he's trying to jump his way up here. Come on. Remember, he can jump pretty high, so you want to kind of lead him in the wrong direction. See, he's actually making his way up higher and higher. Now he's going to jump toward me here, and away he goes. Bye-bye. He'll keep at you. He will. I'd kill him, but, I see a Mercer Sphere. I'm going for that. I suggest to keep moving, though. Keep moving, because they'll just keep jumping at you over and over again. They'll chase you for a while, too. Oh, there's some nuclear material down there. Later, bro. I can fall this way. There we go. Now give me enough time to maybe grab the Mercer Sphere. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Ah, another one tried to get me from that side. Oh, that's a radiated one, too. Little sucker, that's a big one. I have the power of flight, and he does not. Oh, there's a crash site over there. Another guy down there. Lost power there for a second. Look at them all. Just clearing the trees so I can see what's down there. That is a lot of spiders. Not really worth it. We'll just keep going. You can also drag them away, by the way. Drag them away from what you want to get, and then once they end up way over here, then you can turn back, go back and get what you want. We need to upgrade our ammo at some point. Oh, there's some stuff down here. There we go. Yeah, and they'll chase you a real long ways. Especially if you stop and start, what I'm doing right now. If I see these, I typically will blow them up to see what's in them. But you can mostly tell what's in them because you can see the stuff going down like that. That this is a yellow guy. But I don't know, there's something really satisfying about just blowing this stuff up. Every single time it's satisfying. Down, back up a little bit. Here are these guys trying to sneak up on me. We'll grab them if we can. Keep on going. All right, bring this forward. We're going that way. Look at this guy. Look at these freaky guys. So freaky. I always forget about those guys. You don't see them. You don't see them pretty much other than in this area here. Oh, I forgot to check for the Mercer Spheres. Mercer Sphere. Nope. Probably missed a few back there, but oh well. All right, we're heading toward over that way. We got to go down into this big crater here. Again, going a different route than I did before. Sam ore right here in the center. I wonder if it's a pure node. Let's go see. I think it would be right there. No, impure node in the center. Couple Preds playing in the water there. This is a cool spot, by the way. I like the double meteor thing there. Very cool. Heading our way across. Just looking for anything we happen to see along the way, or any Mercer Spheres, summer sloops, things like that. Don't necessarily need any more of the... oh, there's one. Need any more of the slugs. they are very useful in the early game. I just love blowing those things up. It's so fun every time. All right, which way? That way. All right, we'll divert a bit this way. Why don't we look for this Mercer sphere? Oh, I have a feeling it's over here somewhere. Oh, went past it. Oh, it's down below. Oh, yeah. Down in there somewhere. I hear it. Sometimes there's resources behind other resources. See? Tricky, huh? Actually took me a while to find that the first time. When will we land? That's a good question. Another one this way. We're actually going that way. So we're going to go this way. We'll find that one another time. We need to get over here so we can make ourselves a tower. Oh, wow. Good spot for a tower right there, too. Cool. Let's put our tower down so that we can see all of the thing. Now, again, we're going to go right here and try to get this part, that this gap that we're missing here. Let's see what happens. All right. Did we get everything? Let's see. Easier sometimes to go over here to these and just roll over it. Yeah, there we go. And then you can see the overlap. If you back out. Looks pretty good. Yeah, and then we'll get one in the center. All right, good spot for a tower. All right, then we'll go in. Make sure you turn off the highlight first, otherwise it'll still be highlighting when you take it out. Remove it over there. Don't need it anymore. And then one way over that way. Which is in this direction, and away we go. Oh, looks like I already have some going here. So I'm just going to run to this one over here, and I'll just pick up the power from there. Versus here, somewhere off that way. Oh man, so much stuff to explore that way. But we're going this way. Again, very easy to get off track. Definitely have power already down here. We're going to go this way this time. And the reason why I'm using these is they're a bit easier to put down, and you don't have to zip line across them if you're putting them really far away from each other. And they have a tendency to fit along the terrain a little easier as well. And they're super cheap resources wise, so all sorts of pluses for sure. Clean up that node. Not that I'm ever going to need that node, but we'll clean it up anyway. Fred over here guiding me on which direction I should be going. That's Fred right there. Some people call him Peanut. Blow that up. The answer is no. Careful on some of those logs, everybody. Those logs will trip you up big time. Going through a bit of a forest here. Again, I can go back and forth across the whole world, everybody, and then still discover new stuff. Tap that one into that one. You can see we've already got a bunch of wires crisscrossing all over the place here. We've already gone a bit of this way. Might as well use what we've already got. I went down, I went across that way. Well, this time we'll go this way. There's more stuff right there. I don't need to fight every mob along the way. I just snatch and grab. Oh, check for some more immersive spheres. Any of those nearby? Back that way. Nah. Not really high priority on the immersive spheres since we got a lot last time. Also, when you get out to these outer areas, everybody, they're going to have like 30 of them. You know, where you can find them. You know, they're almost like you're tripping over them every 5 feet. That kind of deal. Wow, look at all of this mycelia right here. Oh, that's something we might want to take care of. Wait till he walks, and then when he stops to turn at you, that's when you shoot him. Just like that. Look at this. Oh, and a summer sloop in the middle. Awesome. Oh, we definitely taking our chainsaw to this. Oh, we don't have any, what is it? Fuel. Solid biofuel. We didn't put it back in the thing. No problem. We got this. I always have some sort of wood or stone or whatever in there. So we can go ahead and use some wood. That we have in the dimensional depot. Right, so I'm not even carrying on me anymore. I just keep it in the dimensional depot, make myself a bunch of biomass, and then turn around and make myself a bunch of biofuel. I will go ahead and use for our chainsaw. I don't even need that much. There we go. And we definitely getting all of this. There's a lot of this. Boom. There's 181 of that. 371. 478. Small ones too. Yeah, 544 mycelia in that one spot. That is a pretty sweet spot. Let's do this. Put that in there. That's good enough. All right, we don't need this. Take that out of there. Very cool. All right, this lucky summer sloop there. Going this way. Oh, we're gonna transition over to the desert area. These cool waterfalls and stuff. Man, they did such a phenomenal job on the world itself. A lot of work, everybody. If you think about how much work went into the world building, all the little nooks and crannies in here. Oh, look at this. Looks like an opening right there. Oh, yeah. Bet you there's some spiders in there. Bet you there's some spiders. Another time. We're going this way. We got a mission to complete. We're going to try to get our radar towers up all across the whole world. That's our big mission for today, other than finishing phase 4, which we did. Hey, I see a immersive sphere right there. You're going to give it to me for free. I'm going to take it. Oh, look at this. Boom, double hit. Man, those guys could take a hit, bro. Yeah, I got that one. Down. They try to get closer to you because it's harder to dodge them when they're closer. All right, mission complete.
This bleeding temple hums the resident song. Play for us.
Guy snook around the left. That was very sneaky. Very sneaky. I tried to dip over here and get it, and then it had it right around the corner. Very sneaky. I don't know where the thing fell to, but oh well. There is a tremendous amount of these purple guys over here, by the way. There are a lot of them in here. We're going this way anyway, so we'll... So if I'm going in that direction, then I will, you know, if I'm walking by them, I'll grab them. But if I'm not really going that way, then I don't bother. Try to take out all these guys. And then we're going to bring this right up to there. Look at all of these ones here in the same spot. I mean, you're here. Travel all the way here, might as well. Under there, nope. Yellow one over here. I really like this area. Man, so much to explore in this game, too. All right, this way. Sure what those things are, but it's cool looking. Purple one over there, but don't really need any of these. I like to dip in here and grab these before they notice I'm there, and then I just dip out. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun, and them didn't even know you were there, and they turn around and they're like, hey, where did it go? That kind of thing. Okay, kind of going that way. Let's take this. Try to take that. There we go. Take that right up here. Keep on going. I love exploring in this game. Every time I play, I learn and see new stuff. And that's a difficult thing to do in any game. All right, we got to go up a bit. Climbing up over these mountains. Oh, Mercy Sphere. All right, we'll take it. He hasn't noticed me yet. Oh, now he sees me. He's going to run at me. I'm already done, bro. I'm already out of here. Later. Grabbed it and already bailed. All right, almost there. And another spot for our radar tower. Oh, happens to be right by a Mercy Sphere, too. How convenient. The big one first. What the heck? I hit myself. I got little misfires of it. Sometimes I think that thing misfires. That loot first. Okay, I kind of feel like we went up on top of that tower there. Way up here. Oh, there's a summer sloop in there. All right, first let's put our tower in. See how we're looking. Now again, before the tower, you can see right here that we want to kind of fill in this gap here. And then once we put in the tower, like this, now we can see we fill that in. There's still some stuff up here at the top, so we'll want to move our way up that way. We can also take out our stop highlighting and remove. Take that out. There was a guy down here we want to get. Again, you don't want to be out here without the radiation suit on some of this. to get radiated. Now notice I can move a little bit away, and I'm not getting as much radiation. And then over here with the summer sloop, same thing. I don't have to get right up on it when I'm using my hover pack. All right, the hover pack allows you to stay away a little bit. For sure. Wow, look at this view. Holy moly. What a beautiful spot. There's somebody down there. Yeah, there's that guy down there. All right, beautiful, beautiful spot. Okay, where are we going next? Well, I think we should go up here and try to do kind of this top area here. This area over here is not really anything, so we could probably say do somewhere in here. And let's take a look at our current width of this. Zoom out a little bit. We'll say maybe over there. That doesn't look too bad. I'm going like this on the screen, by the way, everybody. If you're wondering what I'm doing. All right, highlighting. All right, way over that way. All right, let's keep going. Now again, kind of looking for Mercer spheres, but not as much as we were the other day. Mainly we're trying to get our mission done here, which is to go, and this is a really cool spot here. They redid all of this, by the way, up here. This did not used to look like this. This was just a big flat area. One of my favorite builds I've ever done was I came up here and I got a bunch of water and I just ran the pipes down here, because this is a starting location right here. This is a desert starting location. So I ran all the pipes down into my factory and I didn't use any pipes at all, because you have the, of course, nature or gravity helping you pull the water down. 0 pipes needed. Really cool build. They really came up here and they fixed this up nicely, which actually has a bunch of goodies right over here as well, which we'll go ahead and grab while we're here. Put that right there, and then we got to dig out all of these things. Try not to activate them all at the same time. That would be very, very bad. Never assume that you got them all. There's always a few more hiding somewhere. See? No idea it was under there, but now I know. That's how they get you. They're very tricky, these guys. Very tricky. Hey, do you guys see that update for Astroneer? Coming in November, everybody. We're going to have to add that in. We're going to have a bonus Astroneer stream added in. Because they're adding a whole bunch of mega stuff to Astroneer. That's an instant buy for me, but that's a no-brainer. I've been waiting for that forever. I've been giving that as feedback to add a bunch of mega building in there. Just looks so awesome. Oh, hey, we found a boombox tape. Very cool. I forgot that was there. And then over here. A really great spot if you're going to extract water for the desert area. Mercer sphere over there to the left. All right. Way out over there. That's my Cilia, by the way. That thing over the top of there, you can use your chainsaw on it. Works great. Yeah, if they're like in route to where I'm going, it doesn't take me any extra time, sure, I'll get it done. All right, this guy's a radiated guy and is going to hit really, really hard. So, you start to do this, be ready to dodge. Oh, got him before he got me. That's how I like to do it. Big radiation level. Those actually are more radiation than these sometimes. Look at all these goodies out here. There's some good stuff, too. Take all that out. These out over here. And bring this in a little bit. Ah, look at this. Computers, turbo motors. Wow, we could have had a bunch of this for our final phase. Phase 4, had we come over here and grabbed a bunch of this. Would have been all sorts of GG. What do we need? High-speed connectors. Let's go ahead and see if we put anything away. We did not put any of them in there. Bummer. All right, well, that's one we'll have to come back and do another time. So we will go ahead and set ourselves a little chest over this way. Kind of in the way of it. Say there. Huh. Another merger sphere. Awesome. Putting all this stuff away. For inventory clear. Rather goodies. Move them around so I can put more stuff in there. Turbo motors we could put away. Feeding that stuff in there. All right. We can get that guy over there, but don't really need to. We're going this way. And we got a big canyon to cross here. Looks like we're going down first. Too long. Summer sloop. I like finding it this way too, where you just randomly run across it. Always assuming there's something nearby though. And also always assuming there's something behind the waterfalls. Not in that case, but sometimes. All right, that helped us gap our way across here. And let's go here. Again, you'll just run into them at this point. There's so many of them in this outer part. I kind of feel like the bulk of them are out here. Or really, maybe it's just because you grab the ones on the inner part much more often, and that's why it seems like there's less. But there are a tremendous amount out here. Tremendous amount of just about everything, especially of our little slug guys here. Lots and lots of slug guys. Okay. Man, we're making some progress today. Well, let's try to dip. Okay, we're going to be far enough away from this guy where we can still get power. And while he's looking away, we're going to dip up in here and grab his thing. Be gone before he knows it. Let up. Suck up. Don't need to fight every single one. Got those two guys over there. They don't even know I'm here. Grab this, get on out of there. Ooh, okay, that was way down there. Oh, look at that there. Oh, and there's a crash site too. All right, let's keep going. You come back and find the harder to find ones later. I just find whatever's on the way. Sounds like water. No, nitrogen gas. Okay. Gas escaping. Okay, crash site over here. We got the fix for this. Explosive rebar is the best. Take the smoking one out. All these other ones out of there. We can see what we got. What we got. Got some motors. And nothing too sexy. Fall down below here. Sometimes some stuff is off to the side. Oh, we're back here. Stators. Not that much. What do we got here? All right, we got it. And we can take that out. Nice. All right, where are we going? Oh, we went past it. It's over there. I probably wouldn't put it down there. I'd probably put it up here somewhere. Maybe over here at the side. That's way down in there. That's off the side of the map. That's not necessary to do that far down. And then this part over here, there's nothing going on in that part. I've done that part many times. So I definitely would do it up here. We'll just put it kind of in the edge of the map. There we go. And that doesn't have anything there. But that's good because it goes in and you can see this has got a flat line there. Zoom in on it. This has got a flat line here, so this is the edge of the world. So that's telling you there's nothing here. This is the edge of the world, and there's really nothing out here because I've gone out here before. There's nothing out there either. But we're going to go through and do all of it, by the way. We're going to do every bit of the map eventually. Right now we're doing this. What's this kind of... I think it's telling us here. I don't know. Stop highlighting that because I just did that in the dark. I didn't know where that was actually going to end up. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Now it makes it where we could probably go, say, somewhere right here in the center. Get all of this whole corner. Get this whole corner at the same time. Highlight that one. And we're going that way. Nice. Kind of cool, the echoey sounds. Oh, that looks like a ramp if I've ever seen it. Oh, yeah, it's leading me somewhere. They put ramps like that for a very specific reason, trying to lead you to a destination. It's called breadcrumbing. And there's another Mercer down there. I think there's two more. I think there's one there and one down there.
Follow the veins to the altar in 10.
Let's go up here and see what we got up here on the top. Feel like we want to just take a little peek. It's like one of the tallest places in the game. Oh, I hear something humming. Yeah, right here. Look at this crazy view. Looks like Lion King. A little Lion King deal there. Oh, and a summer sloop too. Instincts are working good. Alright, is this one who throws? This looks like one who throws as opposed to charges you. Let's see what he does. He's going to try to throw. Whoa. Almost fell off the side. I got that done. Another summer sloop. Sweet. You get to get out of the base from time to time. I'm very notorious of being in the base a lot. Or in the factory a lot. And in this playthrough, we're going to get in there and we're going to wander around a bit. We'll probably put some of these in there. There we go. Oh, maybe some quartz crystal. Yeah, there we go. More of this stuff. Yep. All right, put all that in there. I'm going to bother to put it in order. All right. We saw some more summer sloops over, or Mercerspheres back this way. So we'll go back this way and get those. I can't remember where it was. I think I was here, and I was going to go across. Yep, there it is. Again, I think there might be multiple items over this way. So, we've got so many of those. So many of those. Cool thing about a desert, everybody, it's very open and flat, easy to see a bunch of stuff. For sure. Run in and grab it before anybody even knows you were there. I see a purple guy up there, but don't really see anything there. What we got going on down here? Why we got this going on? Guarding something. Kind of felt like it was. Yep. We're dipping across. Another summer sloop. Wow. Grab it before they know I'm here. Stuckos. Yeah, then they saw me. Watch this. Come on. I got their attention. Let's go. Come on. They'll be back. No, too chicken? Fine. I got things to do. I was gonna make them fly off the side. Of course, that was kind of a smart move on their part. Not to fall for that trick, but this guy's gonna fall for it. Watch this. Right here. What up, dude? What up? Come on. Come on, what you got? Right here. Suck up! Oh, he dodged the last second. Come on, what you got? Suck up! Later! Yeah, that was a win! Oh, make it rain! Let's do it! Crimson Knight making it rain for everybody in the chat. Enjoy those kiss caps, everybody. You can say thanks to Crimson for that one. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Down here. Like so. Let me get this going. Way out here in the middle of the desert. Man, I've done so many playthroughs out here. A really good starting spot, everybody. Really, you want to play a little bit more advanced. Good starting spot to get going. I suggest to do all the starting spots. Challenge yourself. That was it. That was all that was down there. some hiding right here. Yeah, there's usually more resources laying around. Ah, see? I'll look around for them resources. Wow, Rotor's early game. Yeah, and you go around and just collect all the resources too. That also works. Alright, this is real easy. We just dip across the desert. Somebody over there. All right, time for a radar tower. Boom. Right in the actual spot. We should have taken the marker out first. Yep, should have took the marker out first. Take that out. Remove the stamp. Hard to get to the thing that's underneath there and take it out. All right, what do we got now? So what we got, let's see if that hits the whole entire corner here. Sure does. Boom. Then we got that whole corner unlocked. Ooh, more coal out there. All the way to the edge. All the way up here to the edge. Nice and unlocked. This little white line here, everybody, is the edge of the entire world. If you fall off of there, you die. For sure. And wow, that's looking pretty good. Again, this edge down here doesn't have anything. Do we want to put another one here? I feel like this one could move down a bit. This one, yeah, it could definitely move way down. So, let's see. We might want to move this one down a bunch. So, maybe to about there. Yeah. I'll take that out and move it that way. So we're getting better coverage. Yeah, see now it's covering all of that, and then it's also giving us some more coverage down here. And this one, this map is squeaky. It's crazy. Didn't quite get the edge there. There might be some nodes out there. I guess we could put an extra one in there. Looking pretty good all the way around. Just for sanity's sake, I guess. Could stick another one there just to get that last little bit. Yeah, see those two don't quite overlap. Yeah, that one should have been to the right just a little bit, but then again, the way it overlapped, we're trying to overlap all of this and get all of this. So we have plenty of resources. Kind of feel like we could just go ahead and dip one in. Oh. Down there getting rowdy. We could just dip down in there and say put one right there. Do that. Stop doing that. Put one here. There we go. That way. All right, off we go. A lot done today, and then we only have to do the ones in the center. And it looks like we have enough for do a few extras here as well. Again, see, I'm just kind of skipping over a lot of the area here. You can always come back and explore again later. You can see this is totally the edge of the map. There's just a lot to pick up. Kind of feel like in this playthrough too, I want to go through and collect every single thing that I can absolutely find in the whole world. That's going to be a lot of grinding, though. Get up high here. Oh, look at this. We've already got the tower already out here. Look at me go. Yeah, I was bringing all those big towers out. Got to about right there. All right, let's just put an extra one out here. And we have this nice tower here. Nope, bottom side. There we go. Start that up. And then now we make sure that we got the whole edge of the world there. All right, nice. Okay, now we just got to do the inside, and kind of feel like maybe an optimal one would be here. Not sure if that would be big enough to get all of these, so. Yeah, we might try right about here. Oh, did we take out the marker? See, sometimes I forget to take out the marker, and gets stuck under there. And not a very great way of doing that. There we go. And then, there we go. I feel like the markers should be on the top, because those would be the priority things that you would use. Right here. Put one in the middle and see how it works out. If not, we'll put some extra ones in. All right, that one's a ways away. Let's go. Kind of run out here in the middle. See if we see any Mercer spheres while we're going by. Go a different way than we went before. And I could search for them with my little thing, but I'm just, if I eyeball them, then great. If not, I'm going to keep going. Some easy traversal right here. Easy stuff. Look at all these nodes. Tap every node. This guy's gonna be right where we're going. Grab him. Only the toughest thing out here in the desert is starting with your biofuel in the beginning. Oh, I remember going through these twin pillars here to get over here too. I just had a flashback. I remember going through there on my vehicle. Oh, there's one. Sometimes it doesn't kick in. You got to click it multiple times. Usually the wire gets in the way. You're clicking on the wire instead of the actual pole. Can be a bit annoying, but you just roll with it. Yeah, they're on my way. I'll stop for a second and grab them. GG's. Another Mercer sphere. Out here in the open. We just grab it from up above, so we can just drop down on it and grab it before they notice I'm there. Sure can.
Look through the window.
Later. Grabbed it and dipped out of there before they caught onto it. Guarding something down in there. And when you see those guys, you know they're guarding something. A couple guys over there as well. What are you guarding? Yeah, Mercer. All right. Color me intrigued. Guys behind me. Definitely something underneath there.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Cool. So you see that many mobs, everybody, they're definitely up to something. They are guarding something. That's a lot of mobs to guard one thing. So it had to be something like a Mercer or a Summer Sloop. I find. Also, this is where we're going to put our tower, too. So probably good to clear it out anyway. They'll respawn later on. They'll be back. Sloop. Spot for a tower right here. Wow. All right. Yeah, we got all of it. Nice. Yeah, that's some good overlap. Man, that was a good tower. Yeah, we got all of that. Nice, nice. This one's going to be a little tricky here. Kind of weird that we got this black line there. Kind of weird. All right, deselect it, please. I know, just go out then. Kind of weird that that has that thing there, but kind of feel like if we put one here, it's not going to hit all of these edges. So we might as well just do one that's going to reach this. And we're almost done with this project. All right, that will say right in here somewhere. Again, using my fingers on the screen. Hey, use what's effective, everybody. Highlight that one. This one over here, we're going to, not highlight it. Top highlighting it. And we're going to remove it. There we go. And then we're going to highlight this one. And off we go again. Do awesome. Man, we're making some big progress today. Big progress. Let's keep going. Covering that node. Picking up. Keep throwing them in there and then find out how many you got later. I like to have all of these in the dimensional depot in case I die. then I don't have to say, oh man, I gotta run back and get it. I could actually just leave all these resources out here. Because the resources are fairly easy to get again. And we're going this way. Oh, look at all that mycelia out here. Good spot for mycelia there. Sure. Oh, we definitely gonna have some stuff up here in the trees. Look at these big old trees. What we got? Nothing in that one. There's a guy there. You want to look up in these trees, everybody. I find so much stuff in these trees. Hello. Hey, what's up, Bernine? How you doing? Still my favorite gamer. Been a long time fan of yours and still love your streams. Ah, well, thank you, Crimson Knight. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah. Ooh, something hit me. Something hit me there. Spider? What was it? I don't know. Now what we're doing is we're traversing via power, so we're just running power through all of those. Look how cool this is. Big giant trees. It's such a great job on this game. Such a great job. We gotta put this up here a little bit so we can go up a little higher and see what we got. Yep, summer sloop right there. I think it might have been something that was you couldn't see, like one of those guys hitting us with some stuff, or was some of the bees.
Harmonize with us.
Okay. Right about here is where we're saying. I don't like to put it down that far. We'll put this up a little higher. Radiated baddie there. He hits really hard. Look out for that guy. Go way up here. Alright, that's good enough. Alright. Oh, okay. One little spot over here. Kind of feel like we'll just put it right here in the center of all of this. This last one, kind of a bit of a massive overlap. But that's okay. Put that out there. And then we'll say highlight that one. Let's see if we can get this one over here. So awkward. Zoom in and try to get it. There we go. Remove. And we're here. We might as well grab this guy. And we might as well blow up that stuff up there too. If you were trying to walk up there, that would be in your way. Any Mercer spheres? Anything worth my time going up there? Just a purple guy there. We're going way across that way. All right, let's go. Let's get it going. Sup, sup? Man, this is, I've done this a bunch of times, everybody. It's fun every single time. Again, that's hard to do in a game. It's hard to really make it repeatable. Again, I've played through the game 40 times or so. I don't even know how many times now. It's been so many. And every single time I get enjoyment out of it. And that is hard, everybody. That's very hard in any game. Is that you have this continuous enjoyment. Is there anything else up there? You thought, bro. I thought you were going to jump at me. Come out here. Come on, pick it up. Definitely something over there. Tons of mobs trying to get me. Dip behind here so we can grab this while they're trying to jump up to me. close. Too bad. Again, I got the power of verticality, baby. Try as you might. I got the ultimate power. Oh, man. Look how many of those suckers are over there. That's not good. Yeah, we might come back for this one. It does have some crystal oscillators, though. We could probably snag some of this good stuff. Maybe just kill the one guy. Nope. Called all the other ones over. There's an interesting spot there, too, where they can't quite hit me. I'm gonna get that middle one. Get him. Not sure he's completely dead or not. Be a good time to have those things that knocked them off the side. All right, got that one. Line of sight techniques here. I think we got him. Oh yeah. Got that guy. All right, cool. We can take this crash out. We don't have to come back for it, hopefully. We'll see. Yeah, some good stuff here. Aluminum, all sorts of goodies. What we got in here? Operational. Oh, I just got something to say.
Initial scan suggests partial recovery of data is possible. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
All right. Thanks for letting me know, girl. All right. Which way are we going? We're going this way. Doesn't tell you need to have really amazing bullets, everybody. You just need a lot of them. Though the stronger bullets would do more damage and kill them faster. Another Spidey over here. Come on, Spidey. Let's go. Over here. Later. And we're one of the hardest areas in the game right here. Finding some high-end resources. Whoa, hey-oh. Didn't even see those guys there. Yeah, right, I don't want it that bad. Move over here. Oh boy, we got another guy here. Oh great, now we got fireballs and rocks and all sorts of stuff on us. Pick one of them, kill one of them. There you go. Oh god, there's another one. That one down. A little loop-de-dee-doop-de-dee here. Keep moving. Another one down. Using the tree as a line of sight. That one on the right. This guy's hitting the lip of the cliff. I move anyway, even though it's supposed to hit that cliff edge. Just in case. Not dead yet. Oh, he's dead. Off he goes. All right. Might as well take them all out while we're here. By the way, the actual carcasses of them are actually more radioactive than the actual radiation. Which is kind of funny. What we got here? Heat sinks. Ah, we got a bunch of those back at the base, but I seriously doubt we have any of those in the Dimensional Depot. Nope, another one we got to come back for. All right, we'll put a little chest over here. And that'll remind us maybe to come back. All right, wasn't even worth killing them, but we did it and we're done. All right, going this way. We got one more radar tower to do. We're going to call this a big W. Win, win, and more win up in here. Oh, just lucked upon it. Nice. Much nicer than using the Nobilis, the explosive rebar. So much nicer. Okay. Oh, this is a cool spot. Oh, I hear something down there. It's that noise of something humming. That would be a Mercer sphere. Yeah, look at this cool spot. Neato. Good sound in this game too. Oops. Not mean to put that into the wall. Right to there. Oh my God, how long have we been going? Man, we've been cranking this. Again, everybody, you got a little bit of a late start today. Man, just so much IRL stuff going on in the saved up. To get those giveaways out to you guys. Got to get that going as well. So much to do, only one Kismet to do it all. Okay. More modular frames. Nice. Man, we could have used all these computers and containers earlier. Put that away. Put all of these away. Precious spheres. All of these guys. We needed our things there. Nice. Again, now we don't have to ever look at that again because we took care of it. Anything else up here on the top? Man, it looks like a really cool place to build a base. I would totally build a base right here. It's like on the top of the world, man. Other than that spot over there. This is way the heck up there. Look, I got a tower on that spot over there, too. Some of the highest spots in the game. Another high spot over there, too. What we got going over here? Oh, the guy hanging off the side there. And this should give you an indication there's something over there. There's so many of these mobs. Or gas things in the way. The crash site over there. Another one down there, not going to be worth it. Actually, we can just grab this one. Oh, another Mercer sphere. The trick is to go way out here, and if there's any mobs there guarding it, You're grabbing it while they're thinking about coming to get you. By the way, this stuff here is mycelia there, if you're looking for mycelia out here. That's some good stuff. I always feel like it's a little too easy. Oh, yeah, taking damage from something. Not showing me where the damage is right there. Wasn't showing me the gas. Oh, the bridge there is What's that all about? Yeah, kind of like a rock slide bridge. Yeah, also kind of if you were walking, it'd be hard to get past there. Interesting. Alright, let's go up here to the chop. See what we got going on up here. Definitely a lot of these. See how we can't see the smoke from those? That happens from time to time. You don't know where the danger zone is. I just try to wipe them all out. I take out the smoke one so I can kind of see what I'm doing. Take out all the debris first. That should clear up your view. All these other things. Holy mackerel, look at all this stuff we're getting. Alright, this. All that in there. What's this? This is packaged liquid biofuel. Look at that. Computers are full. Wow, we actually filled the Dimensional Depot with computers. Cool. It's been doing that back at our base. Again, while we're out here getting tons and tons of loot, it's been back there at the base doing his thing. Seems like it stopped on my nuclear pasta for some reason. Probably ran out of some resource. So see, it's stuck at 54. Means it's probably backlogged a bunch of stuff. I should have put a box in there for that copper powder. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't. Look at this awesome view. Too cool. All right, we were going that way. Or did we already put that tower in? Can't remember. Look on the map. No, I discovered it, but I didn't put the tower in. Alright, right up here, it seems like a good spot for me. Put our tower right there. Then we can look on the map to see if anything shows up once we put the tower down. Oh, we got some uranium out here. That's nice. But there we go. World map revealed. And all the nodes and everything that goes along with it. Very nice. Like it, I like it. Okay. Now for the fun part, getting all the way back over here. We got a long way to go. So we want to go ahead and set ourselves a little marker toward our base. Let's just put the question mark there. Now the reason why I do that is because if you turn it green, it dominates over all the other stuff that you see on your radar. It just makes it easier to see. Okay. Where's the sphere off that way? Tempting. We're heading back to the base. If we run past some, we might grab them, but now we're just beelining for the base. Look at all these guys. What up? Come Come on. Go for it. That's a lot of mobs for one purple guy. A lot of Spideys trying to get me there. I just went up there for fun. Still trying to get me, them Spideys. I'm keeping moving so that when they jump at me, they miss me. Whenever you hear that noise of them jumping, you want to be moving. Can't see a dang thing. All I see is trees. Still after me. Ah, look at this. Exploring the Kismet way. Versus Sphere. I find when you stop looking for them, you find more that way than you did when you were actually looking for them.
Follow the veins to the altar.
Kind of funny. Kind of funny if you think about it. It's Kismet's law of gaming. Stop looking for it. You'll be tripping over them. Up and over we go. Whenever you see a lot of mobs concentrated in a single spot, you know that they're up to something. They're guarding something there. Ah, look at this. Oh, summer sloop over there. Go way over this way. Come on. Hasta la later, sucker. Get over here, little Spideys. Man, that's a lot of spiders. I got plenty of ammo. I don't trust any of these if they're not dead. Yeah, summer sloop just hiding off to the side here. Now that guy's gonna make his way back up here. He will respawn, so watch out. All of a sudden you'll turn around and there'll be a whole that spider will be back up here. I feel it's like kind of a cheap thing that happens, but you do what you gotta do. Grab all this loot. And onward. Kind of feel like we should go up. Yeah, what's up from here? Go with your instincts. Unless you have bad instincts, then don't do that. Oh yeah, good instincts. There's a crash site up here. And a purple guy. Hey, if your instincts are good, go with them. In my case, they're pretty good. Alright. See my base from here. Yeah, there's some fused things down there. First, we'd want to take care of this guy. We're just a little too far away for him to notice us yet. Like in a sniper position. we go. Got her done. Yeah, I want these fused spells right there. Those also would have been useful earlier. But we did it without it, because we got the skills. Look at this. Turbo motors and everything out here. Nice. We got here. Oh, just happen to have some of those. How convenient. And we killed this guy over here somewhere. Right here. Wire. Instincts for the win. This way. Run along the high side. Oh boy. .432 bullets left. Try not to hit that other guy, because you can still shoot that guy even though he's dead. You get him from a sniper position like that where you're really far away. Alright, a little radiation going on in here. Still got 13 of my radiation thingies left. Move all this debris while I'm waiting for those guys to go away. Okay, we'll snag some loot here. Yeah. Give us that good stuff. All this good stuff up in here. Alright. Oh, turbo motors too. Cool. Alright, lots of hard drives to be done. Oh, this is maxed. Hard drives. Versus spheres, summer sloops. This. Oh, those are maxed out. Oh, love to see that too. Put those in there. Turbo motors, not maxed. And then this. About those. Yeah, a lot of those. A lot of those can go in there. Probably a lot of these too. Alright, keep feeding those in there. Again, I was waiting for those guys to go away. They're actually more. Do not pick up that radiation. Do not put that radiation in my pocket. Not good. Oh, there's some up here too. Debris up here we can get. Alright. More stuff we got done. Eyeballing stuff as we're making our way home. What else is down here? Oh, a bunch of spiders. I knew he was going to try it. Fell to his death. Still at it. Where we at? Over here. Later, bro. Gotta have faith in your power of vertical, everybody. Ah, look at this. Right here, connected right back into the system. All right. Hop ourselves a train. Oh, didn't get down there fast enough. Dude's still after me. Later. Later. Missed the train by that much. No worries. Your own train. See? When you have stuff in the Dimensional Depot, you always have a train handy. You always got it handy. All right, that was an epic adventure. And we got the map completely revealed. Now we know where to grab all of our resources from. And we got to go back over here and see what's up with our stuff. That definitely caused it to stop. Speaking of stopping. Stop that before we run into that other train. Hypertube our way back. Okay, what's going on over here? Put those in there. What do we got going on over here? It's waiting on that copper powder. Oh, it's at 60 now. Okay. Some weird reason it is slowed down, but I think it's back up to it. High-speed connectors. It's right here. Waiting on quick wire. Bunch of those. Supercomputers. Oh, maxed out the depot. Yep, 23 there. How many Mercer spheres did we get? 22. We're off by one. One Mercer sphere. I know just what to do. You just take this out. We got it. We got it, everybody. We're about to do something really cool. We'll go over this way to do it just for fun. Over here by the hub. We'll go over here to the MAM. And we should have just enough to upgrade our last full upgrade right here, which is our 500% in the Dimensional Depot. We're also going to need our other things, which are right here. Look at the name of those things. They are called SAM fluctuators. SAM fluctuators. I know we got a bunch of those. There we go. And we'll get that going. Boom. Man, that worked out great. Oh, tell us about it, Adam.
Dimensional expansion finalized to 500%. Despite further efforts, parts could not be broken down further than their elementary particles, nor could the storage become more dense without the particles spontaneously reacting with one another and losing their deconfined state. Yet somehow more matter can now be stored in the same dimension.
We sang our growth song because we like your shallow efforts. Up and down are a shallow illusion. Up and down disappear in the deep.
That is very thoughtful, I think. I appreciate the attempts at sharing scientific knowledge, however perhaps we should wait until we have a more optimal way of exchanging data.
That sounds like a plan. Oh, we can also unlock our alien power matrix over here too, if we want to. So now the only thing we got to do is upgrade the faster speed in the Dimensional Depot. But now here's the cool thing, everybody. Look at this. See, all my stuff is now filling back up. Everything that is tied to the Dimensional Depot is right now putting even more resources in the Dimensional Depot, which is pretty awesome. So it's putting more screws in there and more whatever else I have going in there. Reinforced iron plates, iron rods, rotors, so on and so forth. Those are all now at the maximum amount. And you would think that 1,000 iron plates and 2,500 concrete is a lot. It's not. It's not. So it just makes it more convenient so you don't have to run back for smaller builds. But when you're doing really, really big builds, you'll still need a backlog of those resources because you might be using 10,000 plates or 10,000 concrete. And so even if you do have it in the Dimensional Depot, it's better to also make it go faster in the long run. Remember, you have about 300 Mercer Spheres that you can get. So that takes about, I think it was 70 that we wrote down. No, 92. 92. So it takes about 100 there, and that'll leave you about a couple of hundred left over for you to use for everything else in your base. So definitely pretty awesome. So we got that going. All that stuff is good. And I think we've got all the stuff we wanted to do today done. Oh my goodness, look at us go. But the whole world, look at all them nodes, everybody. I'm using about 10 nodes. I'm using about 10 nodes, or maybe 15 at the max. I don't even know. I guess we could count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That one I'm not really using, but we'll call it 11, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, 20 nodes. Using about 20 nodes out of, who knows, hundreds of nodes out of the whole world, and already at the end of the game, and could finish the game right now if I wanted to. Absolutely. But we're going to let our stuff go over here little by little. And now that we're in that higher stage, we're ready to see what else we can unlock in the Dimensional Depot, or in the hub here from the Dimensional Depot. Let's see, what are we looking for? Something that starts with M, I think. And sometimes the later it gets, the less I remember what the name of these things are. We do have some cooling systems in there we can pull out. Man, what is that thing called? Can't remember. Right here. Radio control unit. None in there. Alright, let's go see if we have some extra sitting over here. We have 2 there. What are we waiting on? Crystal oscillator. Let me just help you out there, bro. I'm waiting on it now. All right, that is cranking. We need to save a bunch of those. See a backlog of them over here, and I don't see a backlog of fused modular frames. That's actually, those are both from a manufacturer. That's pretty crazy. Also kind of feel like we want to get our stuff that we're doubling up on over here. What are we doubling up on? That we want to double. Computers we always want to double. We're getting a backlog of computers? No. Not yet. Over here? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit there. And this is what's making the radio control units. These are actually a lot more solid than it was before. Let's put these computers into all this other stuff in the Dimensional Depot. And some of those. Oh, really? Man, our computers are maxed out. Very nice. Yeah, I think right over here we're also putting a bunch of computers. Yep. Yeah, we'll just take those and redistribute those over there. Oh, it's just going to divert those anyway. Then we'll take them and we'll put them over here. Well, it's already got a bunch. Yeah, we went from not enough computers to a whole bunch extra. Yeah, that's what you want. I remember where I put all these things. I think I put them over here. These other processes. Finding your Summers loop sometimes can be difficult. The only one we really need to summer sloop, and we found a bunch too. We can just use those. Is the particle accelerator over here? Right now, it looks like we're at 2, so we could go get some of these summer sloops that we already have. Oh, we got 7 of them in there. Wow. Okay, don't do us any good sitting in there. Let's double those up. Over here, did we double this up? Nope, we'll double those up. And then we're going to go back here. Since we're got some extra, we'll throw them in there. And I think this one we're already doubling up over here. Yes. Good, good. It's all good. Yeah, this is running really well. Roll those in there. All right. It's all good. I think the biggest problem over here is those ones over there. I kind of feel like we should stop this so we can finish the other thing. Wow, look at all those. Okay, we got a ton of those. Let's go put those in there. We should have been siphoning a few of those off as we went, and then by the time we got back, we would have had a bunch of those extra. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Throw these in the dimensional depot. We'll take care of that. We should probably take a couple of these out. But no. Now we want to leave those in there because we probably want to use those later. Think about it. I'd take this back out. I wouldn't trust that that's going to reline back up again. Absolutely would not trust it. Okay, we got anything we can run in there? Maybe some stators. Some of this, some of that. This. These. Let's see. Yeah, see, that's going to run a bunch of that in there. We could also take like this. I think we already have these over here. Oh, they were right here, yeah. Those in there. And then over here, we could take, say, this. That in there. This. Great way to kind of distribute the various items into the dimensional depot and not have to worry about it in your inventory, so you can save your inventory for other things that you're going to do. Take that out. Motors and whatnot. Again, this is turbo motors. We got that off right now. Don't need to make what we don't need to make. There's those modular engines. Oh, we had a bunch of cooling systems in there too. We could have used fused modular frames. We can use those over here. I feel like we got tons of those. It's definitely a copper powder issue. Inner part here doesn't look like it's working. Doesn't look like it's working. We might have disconnected the power accidentally. Up with the input there in the wrong level. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to eyeball that level. There we go. Yeah, it's not inputting anything in there. That's why it's not outputting anything. Again, I always want to be watching for those warning signs. If it's not doing anything. Because I don't see anything coming out of there either. See, if it's not coming out of there, yeah, there it goes. It should be coming out of both of those. And really cranking those out. Now we got it. Don't know how long it's been that like that, but we'll just say it's fixed now. And slowing down my copper powder production. Okie dokie. Question is, do I need anything up there? Can I just take all of the thing and run it this way? Tempted about taking that part out there and just letting it all run this way. Yeah, let it run that way for a while. Wonder how much of this we have backlog. Whole ton. Yeah, all right, that'll burn the rest of that excess up while we use this to run all of this. That's good. That's good. You burn that excess up. Ain't doing you no good sitting in that box. That's why I make backlogs like that. Yeah, now all 780 is going to go into here. That's going to massively scale that up. Yeah, it's going to be going as fast as it possibly can. Why is this belt a level 4 belt? Why we got level 4 belts up in this baby? We need some faster belts. Get in here, get her done. Looks like we already did these belts. Level 5. Those are all level 5s. Alright, just didn't bother to come up and do this one apparently. Faster. Okay, now they're cranking. All right, we should see marketable improvements on our nuclear pasta. Sometimes I get the nuclear pasta done first, even on the last stage, because I just let it run and run and run for a really long time while I'm busy doing other things. And eventually we'll actually tear all this down. The only really neat things that we need is these modular frames and control units and a bunch of copper. And that's it. You can just let that run forever. Just stick it over in the corner while you're rebuilding the rest of your base. And that'll just run and run and run for a very, very long time. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Only thing we need is this over here so we can get our matter conversion going on. Right over, radio control units. Go ahead and cut this off. So backlog some of those for me. I need about 70 of those. 50 in here. 55. Okay. Yeah, and sometimes you want to either siphon some of them off, or you want to. Wow, that's 11 away. You want to siphon some off a little bit while you're doing whatever you're doing, and then say send 2/3 over there, 1/3 to you, or whatever. There's 7 of them right there. Man, we could have used another summer sleuth there too. The 3 there. There's 10. One more. All right. Put that back up in there. That'll do its thing. And we'll put those in there. Ready to press the button. Man, crushing it.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Sounds good. Yeah, we got to get our fixite ignite and trigons going on. We also going to need to make some diamonds, to make some time crystals, all sorts of stuff. We already have our reanimated SAM and SAM fluctuator. We already know where our SAM is. Biochemical sculptor, always an interesting one. And here is our next level blueprinter. But what we really want is our peak efficiency here, which uses our trigons as well. So we want to go ahead and first figure out how to do our fixite ignites. So we just say fixite ignites over here, and we go ahead and we do it with iron, aluminum, or deuterium. I highly recommend deuterium, and the reason why is you probably have an absolute ton of it. I have a pure node over there, and I'm probably using 1% of it right now. So I typically do deuterium. Now again, these are basic recipes, and then you also have alternate recipes on top of that. You can also expand this one. It'll tell you all the overclocking percents and all that other stuff. I rarely ever do that. But I'm going to go ahead and add that to the thing. So we need reanimated SAM, and we need deuterium ignite. Now this is where we're going to go over here and work on our deuterium. Finally. After all this time. Get it going. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm stuck. I don't think that's ever happened to me. Here we go, exit main menu. I don't think I've ever tried to go out and get stuck and go out and see what happens. I guess we're about to find out. Alright, just put me back over here. Alright, we definitely need to fix that, that hypertube. It's going down into the... Oh, it doesn't go anywhere. It just stops there. And it doesn't send me out the other way. I see. I see what's going on there. Yeah, it should have sent me out the other side. Don't even remember if I still do have a hypertube over here. Oh, I do. Alright, how do we want to do this? Let's go down in here. And we'll do something like that. Take this one out. Run it underneath all of this. There. There we go. And then we have another junction. Say it's going this way. Attach it over there. And I'll run down into there. Exit over here, actually. I was going to go right to that spot there, but I'm already here. So that way goes all the way back to my coal, so I can just float along here. Over here, or actually I could have just took the train over there. Now that I think about it, we added a train over there. And away we go. And this has been massively underutilized over here. We're going to get over here and scale it up a bit. All right, time to have some fun. Let's go. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take all those out. Okay, I like the direction of it. Looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and put a block down to the world grid. Yeah, already good with the world grid. So I'm holding down control so it aligns with the world grid. This is already somewhat aligned. Remember, it's on its own grid, the extractor grid. So I'm going to hold down control. I'm going to rotate this. Watch this in one motion, everybody. In one motion. Oh, we rotated it correctly. In one motion, we can get this aligned to this extractor without using all that other crap. That stuff sucks. Yeah, if it wants to go proper way today, there we go. Yeah, it goes out to yellow, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. We're good. That's it. One move. That's all you need to do. Then you just snap a foundation to it. Congratulations, you're on the same grid as your extractor. Now we can actually go ahead and raise it up a little bit as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go up by 1 here. There we go. And then I'm going to take this out. I'm going to run this back. Like this a bit. Take all this stuff out. We're all good here. And we can also take out all of this. We're going to redo all of this. Right by the edge of the waterfalls. And we'll leave that in for now. Run that over there to our other production. Okay, so we got this lined up. Now what we want to do is add our back part here. It's actually only 3 wide. Add our back part here, and we're going to line up a thing here. Now we need to move this power. Move this power over here. Okay, so we're going to line that up along there. Look at the waterfalls. Cool. And then we're going to find ourselves a nice blueprint here. Let's see if we got any quick wire. Let's see, any quick wire in here? Actinium ignet there. We can use those. We need extractors. We have the resource. Yeah, we don't have any trigons and other things like that we're going to need for the mega one yet. It's funny because we're trying to make the trigons. So no mega extractors, but we can use our regular extractor foundation here. Let's see. How are we doing this one? Oh, this is the one with the stuff built in. Interesting. Actually reversed. Not a fan of that one. Let's go over here and use our other mega extractor. Something like this. Now I'm going to show you a problem. I'm actually going to take this back out. But see, once I put this in, I won't be able to put the extractor down inside there. Also, it's too far forward. Notice that. Fix that as well. These out, take the blueprint out, a little far forward on that one. You can't really put the extractor back in very well over the top of the thing unless you're setting it on the ground. See, I'm setting it on the ground itself because I have that block removed. But watch out that it's not too low where it's not going to be able to connect there, because in 1.0 it would not let you put it back down in there, but in 1.1 it will let you put it in there, so good to know. Good to know. Now that is a level 3 extractor, everybody. That is a pure node, which means that it is going to have the capacity of 1200 right there. So that's a lot of deuterium ore. We're going to go up here, we're going to connect this, and then we're going to find the connector here in the front. We're going to connect that directly up to our power, and that's going to start that up. Okay, and then we're going to have it going out this way. Now what we want to do is utilize our verticality to our advantage. So we're going to go in here, we're going to grab this, go up just a little bit, and then we will try to find ourselves the center of this. Not that way, we don't want to do that. Do that way, and then one, which will be the center one, and the outer one there. All right, and then we'll go one more this way. And we'll go 5 wide. And that kind of tells us the back edge of that. Then we can take all of this out. Tells us the back edge of where we're going to put that in there. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to start with some simple storage. In this case, 21 storages. And the input is going to be on the other side. With the arrow pointing toward us on this side. And we're going to start to backlog an obscene amount of deuterium ore. All right. And we might have to run this out a little bit. All right, like this. Out now. Just gonna run that just like that. All right, now that's gonna come out of there. It's maximum speed. Right now it can go 1200, but really it can only go 780, so there's no reason to burn that extra power, like an extra 80 power or whatever, that it burns when you're running at 1200. Doesn't need to be running that fast. And then we're just gonna run it up here. Now while we're working on the next levels, we're gonna go ahead and put that in there as well. That'll flow through there. And now we're going to work on the actual rest of the factory. Now, the basic input is 780. We're going to keep using this backside over here to run it up. We're going to go ahead and get a wall here, and we're going to zoop up that wall just like we did with all the rest of those over there. We're going to work very vertical. We're going to go ahead and go right here, run that wide, run this wide to help us with the next level. Now this is the output here, so it's going to output here and it's going to go into the other level here. And to convert quick wire, you'll want these constructors. But before you get the constructors though, just like down here, you're going to need to smelt those, right? You're going to need to smelt your deuterium ore down, so you're going to need a bunch of smelters first. Now smelters are really easy to figure out. If you have 780 coming in, you just divide it by 30, and you need 26 of them. Tells you we've really scaled up, everybody. We got a couple of them running down here, or we're going to have 26. But in the case of deuterium ore, you can see it's actually a higher number. It's 45 per minute versus 30 like you would have with copper or with iron. So you definitely want to double check that. And then we'll just do that again, but this time we'll say 45. You see it does the math for you right in game. So about 17 smelters is what we need. So let's get them going. You're like, no way you're going to put 17 smelters in there. Absolutely am. Here we go. Let's do it. All right. So our smelters here. Down to the edge here. Try to figure out which way is the input. Right over here. Very nice. So the arrow is pointing toward us again. Like this. And then just as easy, we can go another level. And then once again, smelters. Aim it toward the edge of the foundations, arrow toward me, because that's an input. Right there. We're off and running. Now what we can do is take out this last one here, and then just go ahead and run this one up, or we could just do this, just up high enough where, because it's a double input there, we could add another splitter off the side of here, and then we can just run this up into here as well. And we get that where it's in default mode. Now it's feeding both of those into both of those, just like that. And then we'll go ahead and find a connection, and we'll connect these together. So both levels have power. And then we'll find a connector over here. We'll run this power down to our connector power, our tractor power down there. And there we go. That all has power now. Now we just need to tell it what to do, because most likely this is all set to iron ignits, so we want to do Caterium copy, and then get it going. Now again, we want to make sure that it is inputting on both sides of the input. So when it's going in, it should definitely be going in, oh wait, a little lower on that one. Actually, got to go a little lower. The top one not doing anything. A little lower there to this one. There we go. And this up to there. There we go. Now it's going into the proper input. And now we can go ahead and paste. There we go. Paste all these in here. I always open the window every time. I don't just paste it because a lot of times it doesn't take. When you have the window open, much higher chance of it actually working. And then also you'll see it working. Did not mean to copy that. I just copied it instead of pasting it. There we go. Alright, those are all good. Next ones. This is 20 of them right here, by the way, so if there is any extra, it'll go ahead and burn up that excess. Okay, and then again, we're going to go up here. We're going to go ahead and take, say, this one here. That across here. Across there. And again, I hope you guys don't mind if I speed up. You guys have seen me do this before, so if you haven't, well, now you're seeing me do it for the first time. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let me know. I'm going to be going a little faster because we're going to try to get all this stuff in there. Now this actually is the input side, so I actually need the arrow to face toward me. So let's go ahead and have that there. So this is the output side. Very nice. And that's storage. So we're going to take these two here. We're going to merge them together on this side. Again, what we can do is take the output of this. Oh, we have to go in and do a little corner here. Corner there, and a little corner here. And we go in and upgrade all these belts and everything too. We could have done it on the blueprint itself. Really unnecessary right now. But what we want to do is take this one like this and run it into the storage. And then not only can you do splitters, but you can also do mergers. So we can go ahead and just put a merger there, run the merger down. And that's what's so cool about 1.1 is that you can do splitters and mergers on lifters, so really useful. Look at that. That has a lot of copper ignits going into there, and then it's going to backlog them there. So it's backlogging the raw resources right now. It's making the Caterium ignits right now. And then we want to see what our output is times 17. So down we go. Our output here is 15, so we'll say 15 times 17, which is the rough amount that we're doing, is 255. To the next part of the process. So we'll go ahead and find the backside here, and we'll run this up a bit more. And we'll grab a kind of orange foundation so we know this is a production level. Blue level is storage level. Orange level, production level. At least in my base, that's how I run them. And then again, more of our constructors. And that's an output. Where's our output on our thing here? So we want this to go the opposite direction this time. And arrow toward us. And like that. And then the output of this, we go right into there. And then this is going to make ourselves a bunch of quick wire. Easy. way more quick wire than we were making before. You'll see we'll just have an obscene amount of quick wire about it. Just an absolute crazy ton of it. Okay, now again we want to look at what the output is of quick wire, which is 60. The input is 12. So we have 255 divided by 12, basically. So divided by 12, how many we need? We need 21. This is 10. So we'll just go 20. That's probably more than enough. And then we'll go this way. Take that one out at the end so we don't misalign that. And then more constructors. Arrow toward us. So we're inputting on the same side, so we can use a vertical splitter. Like so. We want to go ahead and make sure we tie all of our power together. From here. There. From there. One of these. Find one that's open. This one. Now it should start up. My way in there. There it goes, making quick wire. That's nice. Okay, so we really need 21, but we're just going to do 20. And then we're going to go to this side, which is going to be our input. Right over here. Same thing we did before, right here with the splitter, and then bring that up into the input of the other one. And roughly that is nicely balanced. All of these need to be quick wire. That is 60. Each one of these is going to output 60 quick wire. That's a lot of quick wire. In fact, probably more than we could get on a single belt. Because that's 60 times 10 right there. That is a lot. So on the output, we don't want to be combining this output of belt, because this is like 600 here and 600 on the other one. So we definitely don't want to be combining those. We want to be running two separate lines. Because our fastest our belt can go right now is 780. But eventually, if you had the 1200 belts, you could do that. And that's what we're working toward right now. Scaling up our quick wire. And then one more level to go here. Again, see how easy this is when you work in a modular style. And we'll grab the blue one here, which will indicate a storage level. And then again, looking for where our outputs are, which are going to be on the other side. So outputs on the other side, or inputs on the other side. And we're going to have the arrow toward us again. Nudge that over. Very nice. And then we're going to have an output that goes into the bottom one. You can actually double input these if you want to. It doesn't work as well as it used to, but it does still work. And we'll use it for now. Do that, and then up across this one. And there we go, 1200 going into that box, and then of course working its way all the way to the end. Now we have a tremendous amount of quick wire. Now hopefully we have, did we put enough back for one of these? We did not. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer, but I think I have one down here that I can go ahead and scalp. Yes, we do. Right over here. Scalp it out of there. And we want this to go into the dimensional depot as one of our priorities, so we'll have it for us to use. Right over here, so right there. Run this up, flip it that way, run it right into there, and now it's running that in the dimensional depot. That's producing about 1200 quick wire right now. Before we were producing about 100. So yeah, well, just a little bit more, and just in a few moments there, you can see I maxed that whole production out pretty easily. All right, but we also want to take a lot of this, and we want to run it back over to our train station over here as well. Now, all this other stuff over here, I kind of just let it run for now, just burn up the rest of whatever it had left. But all of this now is totally obsolete, and we can go ahead and take all this out. Completely unnecessary. Over here. Oh, here's the guy flying by. Where was he? I heard him. All right, reconnect our power. Ah. You little punk. You little punk. Get in there. There we go. So again, we just replaced our 100 with 1200. I'm kind of waiting to get over here and get it done. Just to make this look nice, I'm going to run this over here and kind of connect it across here and say, hey, good enough. Don't need this. We're going to do this over here. Up we go. Now we're going to take the output of this top part and we're going to spin it around the side here. We're going to work it toward the train station. And again, this is going to take the full amount other than what's going in the dimensional depot. And we're going to run it back down again, like so. So we can backlog a whole bunch over there. And then we're going to run this where this was. We hit F and then G just to get the conveyor pulls. Okay, missed a few. Look at those. All right, nice. And then we're going to try to get this to run this way instead. All right, that's going to be quite the distance. Let's see if it makes it. Not quite. That's okay. We'll just do this. Shoot that out a little bit. See if we can get it to go this way. Oh, yeah. Go that way. Just go that way. And now that's running 700, 780 out of there, into there, which means this is going to fill up way faster than it was before, and our kind of problem of us running out of quick wire over and over again is not going to be a problem. That's going to fill that entire box at some point, and then we're going to have too much of it on the other side over there. Right now, it was only filling just a couple stacks, where this is going to fill stack after stack after stack at this speed, for sure. And we have some cool Caterium ignits that we'll just throw in there. And some Caterium ore, some copper ore, more Caterium ignits in there. Again, I like to throw just random stuff in there in case I'm out and about and I need to make one or two of something. Always fun. That's it. We just converted that over. Massively upscaled that in no time at all. That's the power of blueprints, everybody. You see how incredibly powerful that was. And again, remember, before it was only doing a couple stacks. Right now, it's already got a full stack. Working on a second full stack already. And that will backlog that all the way up in here. And then it will backlog it up into there. And then 21 boxes deep over there as well. Now, we can put it in the dimensional depot as well, but here's what I suggest you do. Before you put it in your dimensional depot, that you make sure that it does fill all of those boxes first. So I would go in and set an overflow, like right here. I would do a smart splitter. And then your overflow would then go up here and utilize your awesome sink. Or if you wanted to, say, run half of it into the awesome sink, whatever you wanted to do. So we'll go ahead and put this up. Actually, just a little bit. See if we can bring it down. No, that's going to be too close. Back it up just a little bit. Now, the reason why I want to have it come down like that is so I have a little extra space to merge it. Find it in here. So I can merge it from down below. So again, if it overflows, center is going to be quick wire, and then left would be overflow. And then I'll just middle mouse button that, do the same exact thing down here, offset it just a little bit though. Like this, and that's going to pick up the same parameters. And then we're going to go ahead and put a merger. And then And we're gonna see if we miraculously get that to line up. Not quite. Again, we're gonna pick that up, take that out. Gotta get that to line up just like that. Then take this lifter out because that lifter not gonna work. Everybody, you gotta put it in again. Put it in again and see if it works. Very rarely does that ever work when you're just sliding it on the belt itself. It really sucks. But here's what we can do instead. Go old school. Merge it right in like that. Okay, and it's only going to go in the awesome sink if it's in overflow, which it will definitely get to. It'll definitely get to an overflow state because there's so much of it being produced. I'll put that in there. The awesome sink is running. Quick wire is the number one thing I have way too much of, always. Always have too much of it. But we would definitely want to use it later in the process as well of doing our trigons and all of that. Now, actually, this train station that we're doing here is actually off to get some coal. But while it's off there getting some coal, it can also bring back some plates because this is my plate production right up there. That's my plate production there. I can also get that coal, and it can also get the SAM ore that's over here. Now, because we've opened up all of the world, we can see where all this stuff is as well. We could take this SAM ore and we can run it down into the oil area here and use the train for that. Or we can just run a train up here, which is what I usually do. I'll run a train across there to pick up the SAM ore that's up here. And that's a normal node. Right now we have this one over here, which is a normal node as well. And it was actually being run back to this docking station. But we can just run a train out there. So we can run a train out, run a train straight down to that coal, and then also just run this across and use that, or run a train station out and just have it go off there, grab this, turn back around, go on the train, and bring it back over here to our primary base so that it is doing a whole bunch of stuff. We're doing here. I think we can take this out now. So we got a lot of options there. Not even sure I have some SAM ore laying around, but that's what this train is doing here. Now, actually, this we can take out. We move this train over. There we go. I like that a lot better. Going right through there. And let's just take a look. I don't know if the train already came by. I missed it. Let's just take a little look. Yeah, it's on 3 stacks already. Very nice. And it's also putting a bunch of that in the dimensional depot. All right, let's continue our train here. I feel like our train's going to have to go up just a little bit more again. Get up over this. Very nice. My new favorite things is blowing up trees that are in the way of my my foundations. Always fun. Explosive rebar. Get some more of that on me. Lock and load. Okay. Again, we want to go this way until we line up off the top of this, and then we're going to come straight down. We could run the plates over, or we could have it come over here and collect all this resources and bring it back. I mean, we're going to create a whole bunch of train lines. It'd be kind of cool if you could see your train lines. If you could go ahead and just press something and it shows you where all your lines are. That would be a nice addition. I'm sure there's a mod for that. But we're going to go straight out. We probably want to put a marker kind of where we're going. And we can come back and we can put in all of our supports and all that stuff later. I'm just trying to get this lined up. Let's say right about there. So now we know where we're going. We'll go ahead and pick this up. Don't have it blueprint yet because we got to put this down first. Never stops being fun. Fun every time. Get these darn trees out of my way. Clearing through here. That's very fun. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, there he is. I thought I heard him. I call him the manta ray. And then hit F and then middle mouse button the foundations. I'm picking up that blueprint. It's gonna go real fast. And there we go. Easy. Then we just turn this way. And we hit H to nudge these over so they line up. And off we go. Off we go. I'll run the tracks later. A little easier just to run all the foundations. And then come back to the tracks later. You might notice that I'm not running out of resources because it's just putting more resources into the dimensional depot at 5 times the rate right now, by the way. We're going to build some really cool train stuff later as well. There we are. And again, we got our sand ore coming over already right to where the oil is, so that's going to be convenient. And we'll definitely want to upgrade our sand ore extractor, all of our sand ore lines as well. Or we just also go off straight and just pick it up straight. I have a separate train to get all of that. Now, I kind of feel like I wanted to go down there. Kind of down here. Yeah, that's right. In this playthrough, I'm not doing it up high like this. All right, I forgot. Normally, I just run it straight like that. But, we do multiple blueprints. No. Worth a shot. Totally forgot. Got in the zone there. I'm not running it up high. Normally, I just run it up high because it just goes past all the obstacles. But we're going to redo that. We're going to run this lower so we can put supports under it eventually. Luckily we did it with blueprints, otherwise we'd be taking those out one at a time. And I have done that before, by the way. I played before we had this awesome removal system that we have now. That tells you that does work. So at least we know that's a great spot to elbow that, go that way. But what we want to do is bring this down into that lower level and then run it down in the lower level. Right about here might be a good spot. I like to kind of work it down and then work it back up again. I also ramp down at the minimum angle. Yeah, we need to be way further back. I like to ramp down at the minimum angle so that it doesn't slow down my trains. Definitely could be back. Maybe another one. Nope. A little too close. Not 2 meter, 1 meter. I got a couple layers off the end of here. We're going to try to get it right past the end of that spot there. Maybe one more. Another one back. Okay. Ah, there it is. Very nice. All right. So we'll get right here, and then we will flatten this out for a turn. Where we at? We're in the center. All right. I'll do both sides while we're at it. There we go. This way we could put some supports in there all the way across there, use kind of the edge of locations as the supports. And again, the reason why I don't usually use ramps and stuff is because it slows down my trains. And typically I will build my trains up high enough where it just goes over the top of everything in the entire game. So you never have to do this kind of stuff where you're working with curves and turns and stuff. But that's okay. In this particular playthrough, we are going to do that. We're going to bring this way down. Kind of feel like we want to do a bunch of foundations first. It's called working forward and then working backwards. So we want to work forward to find where the edge of this part is right here. So we'll go down vertically. So we're about right there. And we'll take all of this out. And this will inform us how far to go down with our ramps. Bread getting in the way as normal. Very nice. And we'll flatten it out there. Actually, maybe we'll flatten it out one back. And using middle mouse button to pick up the ramps from back there. That's why I look back that way. Yeah, nice. Again, if there's any other resources, we could make train stops that could grab all the resources and run them to the center here. I feel like I want it to be about that high off the ground. So we'll go like that. Again, I would do all the supports later, everybody. Much, much later. Like this is going to go right over this really nicely. This is a quick way to remove all these trees and debris and stuff. And rocks. Looks like a real good spot for a train station right here. Yeah, definitely have a train station there. Okay, so we worked that way down here, and we'll just have this come up to the train station. We'll go in and upgrade all of this. So that runs that at maximum speed over here. Probably optimize the way that that's running. Have that come straight out and go along the valley. And then have that end up here in the train station. Okay. Now what we can do is figure out how we want to do our train station here. Oh, God, this is so fun, everybody. You can just do this for endless hours. It never stops being fun, which I just absolutely love that about this game. All right, so we're first going to start with our 5x5 and see how we can get this to go in here. How are we doing? We're coming down center line there. So that'd be center line there, but we're definitely going to have to kick this over. So we're going to have to move that center line, move where this comes in. We'll have it come down center line here, cut over into the center, probably 1 or 2 over, then circle back around and end up going back that way. Or no, the way that it goes back is actually to the right. It goes back through the other train station. I'm visualizing in my head. Through the other train station, the other station, then comes back, turns around, and it comes down this side and ends up over there. Okay, so we can push the train station off to the side. Okay, so first thing we want to do is think about how our train is going to run. So actually this will work out just fine. So we'll go ahead and do this. And we're going to use our 3x5 here. And we're going to turn it off blueprint mode. And we're going to get it nice and lined up. There we go, very nice. We'll just go ahead and add these extra over here. Look how slow that's going right now. Pitiful Mark III belts running right now. Again, we're going to fix all that problem. We can take out our truck station. We can take out all of this stuff. Probably want to leave our power in there for right now. I just don't really remember where that's going. I would imagine it's going over here to all of this. And again, we made ourselves a little truck depot where the truck would fly over or come over here, pick up all this stuff, and then drop it back off over there. I find vehicles to be mostly useless, but actually was fairly useful in this particular playthrough. We did use it early game, and it did work. We might just do it just for some fun. I would not advise it as your primary way of doing your stuff. Trains are so much more efficient and work pretty great. Wow, okay. I got a little smidge of SAM ore there. We're just going to go ahead and throw it in a box here because we are going to need a bunch of SAM ore. No reason to throw that away here because we will need a bunch of that here in a bit. Also more in there. We take all that out of there. Stick that nicely in there. Actually, we'll put some in the dimensional depot while we're thinking about it. Okay, station coming in. This is the in direction. Gonna need another one of these. Up here, trees. It's gonna end up right on there nicely. Okay, and then we'll back that up. Again, very rarely do I ever build it this low to the ground. This is really the only time. This is my new favorite thing, by the way. Using explosive rebar to remove trees. And other foliage. It's in my foundations. Blew that one up just because I felt like it. Okay, might need a little ladder over here while we're working till we get our tracks established. So we'll go ahead and get ourselves a nice little ladder to climb up here. There we go. Okay, so again, our incoming is on the right, our outgoing on the left. I guess we could color these in to represent our trains. Very nice. We'll go ahead and use our blueprints on the way back. So what we can do is we can work from the end and work our way backwards, by the way. So again, this was going to be the output. So the outway is going to be in a turnaround. So we can just put the turnaround down first, so we know where our turnaround is going to be, and it's going to go right back down like this. There's somebody over there. Thinks he's going to get rowdy. Thinks he's going to bring it over here. So we'll set this back as far as we can. We'll line this up. We'll say how to do to this guy. Don't mess with someone you don't think you could take out. All right, and there's our turnaround right there. Very nice. Kind of feel like we need another. We need another deal here. Another 5 platforms. Push those over just a little bit. Okay. So that's going to be our turnaround. It's going to end up going back the other way. Those did not line up well. Let's try that again. Try that again. Oop, and now it's too high vertically. It's always something. Guess I could have used my vertical snap. I forgot vertical nudging. Could have used my vertical nudging there. All right, then we're going to go ahead and just add a little bit of edge there. Okay, so now we want our train station to end up going this way, over there. Yes, and this is the output. We don't have enough room that way. So we could probably get away with kind of curving into the into that side there, so we can move this back just a bit. Kind of feeling that right there. A little bit on the edge. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, a little close there, but we take this little segment out here. I've got it set up where I can just do that. Very nice. All right, now it'll turn around, go back the other way. And this will be lined up. Let's do about halfway into that foundation, so that when we go up like this, it'll do just that little edge, so you don't have that, it's not rising up off the foundation, everybody. So halfway in this foundation to fully to the end of that foundation makes like the perfect transition when you're going along that. You're not going to have your tracks doing this crap either, because that blows. All right, and then this one we could replace, I think, with also a 5. Let's go ahead and snap that in there. Send that over. Take out our ladder down here. Now we can just jump up there. By the way, other mobs can jump up there now too, by the way, when you have that ability. Watch out for that. Okay, so now we want to load multiple resources on here at the same time. Now here's the cool thing. This is going to extract an obscene amount of resources, everybody. It is going to extract a massive amount. Right now, we have it doing 270. But this is a pure node. This is also a Mark II miner. If we have enough resources, we might just go ahead and say, go 3, baby. Now it's a Mark III extractor. And that Mark III extractor, if we add some more power, I always overclock these, everybody. The number one great use of overclocking is the extractors themselves. It's going to extract 1200 right now, but the maximum we can do right now is 780, so there's no point. So we'll just do 780. And then to just get this kind of backlogging a little bit, we'll go ahead. Oh, wait, we got to do all of our other stuff first. Hold on. We got to get this aligned to the world grid. So we're going to line it up along the edge here. So we'll get our, I like to use a 4-meter foundation. Hold down Control, put one down, and then you rotate the angle of this to be the somewhat same angle as that, and that'll just help you overall that is kind of in the same angle. And then we do my awesome bar trick here where we align to the grid of the extractor itself by rotating it like this until it turns yellow, and then you click it, bring it out this way, and then 1, 2, we'll try it again, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Take this out, and then we throw our foundation in. And then we no longer need this. Now we're going to line it so it's up over the top of that so it's not poking through there. Kind of like that. Very nice. And then we don't need these anymore. Here. Alright, so this is going to sit here. So we'll want to go 1 and then 1 more back. So we're going to go like this. Again, this is so I can align the blueprint to it. We'll have some more fancy blueprints later. But for right now, we just want to go ahead and use our mega extractor blueprint here. Looks good to me. Then again, they did add it where you can put the miner in. I could have put the miner in first, by the way, and then just put the blueprint down around it, which works pretty well. But you should have foundations there so that it lives to the height of the foundation. That's why I have that foundation in the front. So it is lifting to that particular thing. Now we have a bunch of power that we've already run out here. But in the future, we need to think about, hey, wait a minute, the power of this is actually going to be run by the power of the train station itself. So right now, we're actually going to go reversely, where we're just going to start this up. Probably not on that one. Let me go here. Let's fix this here. And we'll go ahead and just make this much nicer by doing this, and then putting our big power over here like this. And then we'll actually have this directly to our big power, and then our big power to our train station. Now for right now, since we also have this other power over here, we're going to run it over there, so this power runs over to here. But what we really want to do is run these across there if we don't have trains. But once we connect this train to the other side, the train tracks itself is going to run the power over here, and we don't need those anymore. We don't need any of this right over here that we ran clear across the whole entire zone trying to get this coal. The reason why we got the coal from this side, by the way, and not way up north or way off another place, is that this is one of the easiest zones in the game. So pretty easy to come over here, run some low-level stuff. We even ran, I think we ran level 1 belts or level 2 belts originally, and then upgraded them to level 3. But again, right now we're powering it through this, and then once we're done running the train, it'll power it through that, and it'll actually go this way, and then down, and then all the way to wherever else we're going. And we'll run these across here toward that way. Or what we'll do is we'll make it where the train can just divert and end up over there and then come back on its own line, and we don't even need this line here. I'm still deciding. We'll see how it goes. Now again, we have power, so if we do move away from that power, you can see that the train tracks themselves are allowing me to float around a bit. Finish that in nicely. All right, now we'll give this a very easy to understand name. Coal. We'll call this forest coal. Coal pickup. Where's coal? Yeah, we'll just do coal over here. Look at my accelerator using my battery. It's okay, it'll go back down. It'll be fine. Forest coal pickup. All right, so this is just going to be coal over here. Now again, we're going to be outputting a certain amount. So for every 300, I suggest that you have a separate car. So in this case, this is eventually going to be 1,200. So I'm thinking toward the future, right? So if it gets to 1,200, that's 300 and 300, which is 600, and then 300, 300 again. So it'd be 4 cars that I'm going to use. Now you can just run it in there, 1,200 into the thing. But I'm trying a new thing in this particular playthrough, and it's been working pretty well. Again, for every 300 of whatever it is, you give it another train storage thing, station, another station. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and do freight platform. Right here. So 1. And this is feisty. 2. 3. Stop. Ran into our thing here. Not good. Let's move this out. Maybe put that lift in later. We can get away with a little bit more this way. Oh. Right into the ground we go. Yeah. 2 more and we would have had that. Okay, that tells me that I should probably just bring it up to this level. That's going to give me plenty of room to do that. Let's get this out of here. And how do we have this lined up? We have it lined up where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th one. Do that. Do this. I never mind just retaking the whole thing down and redoing it, everybody. Remember, I got a bunch of blueprints anyway that I can use. So I'm going to go in here to foundations, the 5x5 here. I'm just going to put this 5x5 and line it up to what we have already got over here and just bring it forward. So we're good. All right, and that's just going to line me up across all of this. Now we know what's up with what's up. We'll take all of this back out again. Bye-bye. And these are blueprints, so those are real easy to take out. Had an extra piece there. Glad I took that out, because now I see that extra piece just sitting there. This will take out. And you see we lost power there. That's okay. And don't think those are blueprints there. Yeah, we'll just take a bit of that out. And then middle mouse button this in blueprint mode. There we go. That's going to snap to that. Come on, there you go. And we don't need any of this stuff in our way there. Anything underneath here that we might have missed? Nope, looking rock solid. More of this. Blueprint mode. Heck, we could bring this right up on. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I like that better. Again, don't be afraid to readjust it, everybody. If it's not lining up the way you like it to line up. Okay, so again, we want to get this to go back the other way. Lined up, or is that up a little bit high? Oh, come on, game. Come on, game. What are you doing to me? See that? I put that up, even though I lined it up to the side there, I put that up too high. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Crazy alignment in this game sometimes. Why would I possibly want to put it up like that? No worries. You got this. Oh, come on. Come on, I had to set the blueprint. Shouldn't be doing that. Readjust everything. Yeah, I might as well move it down here. Okay. again, we got the side one, which is the one that's going to be going back. So let's just color this one in, so when we're doing this, it'll have the same color. Okay, and then our turnaround, not blueprinting, then H, put our turnaround way at the end here, line it up on the output line, and again we're going to take this part out here, and we're going to have this come in, station here. We can get away with something like that. Now it's turning red because I'm in the way, by the way. That's why it does that. There we go. Too close. There it is. All right, so then it'll curve out of there straight away and turn itself back around the other way. And then this again this way. Be nice and straight for a long way. And then we're going to take this, run that over to there. And see if that's electrified our... There's a power disconnect somewhere. Should be coming from here. Connected up here, yeah. All right. This is coming in this way. And we'll go ahead and want to line it up, say right here. Take the railway. That's way beyond our current foundations, so we'll take all these foundations out first. And then get our 3x3 or 3x5 here lined up nicely. Hopefully not lifting up off of the other one. Trolling me. Wow, that lines up perfectly. Wow. I could leave that underneath there, but I typically don't. As a foundation on there, kind of feel like it's a waste of precious frames. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Ah. Okay, so we said 4 train cars is what we want. Let's do it. All right, 1. And we good. Wow, those accidentally lined perfectly up, everybody. See this one over here and this over here? Accidentally lined up. That was pretty wild. I always find that stuff pretty interesting when it just does random stuff like that. They just randomly lined up. A good guess on my part. All right, then we'll come out of here. we're just going to cut this here or up here, right about there. Okay, now I always do the straight segment first. I don't like doing the curve first. I think doing the curve second is always a smarter idea. Also, I can make this one really long, but I'm not going to. I'm going to match it up to the one that I already have, like that. And then this one should come out of here and very easily make a perfect little curve. Now, this is actually going to be the way in, where it comes in and does it. So I can curve it earlier if I want. But I'll just have it come in at the end and curve right in, loop back around, take all of this coal back the other way. Now I'm going to go ahead and extend this side out, just make it a little easier for me to run all of this. There's an item we can take out there. By the way, that is death right there. That's 100% death right there. You fall down in there. Keep that in mind. Okay. So now we want this to come out of here. And we want to run this into all of these inputs over here. Nothing needs to be super fancy about it. We're going to even run it at the bottom level. And we're going to kind of line it up to the center. A little further back, let's say, right there. And there it goes. Very nice. And then we're going to need splitters to run this in here. So we're just going to do this. It's going to split it across all of these cars. Now, before you get your train running, I suggest to keep your stuff always going. So keep it filling this up while you're busy doing other things, because now it's going to fill up all of those cars with all of that coal to be used in my steel production. Over there. And now we no longer need this over here, and so this is going to go 780 out of there into the train, and the train is literally going to bring thousands and thousands and thousands of that coal over there much faster than that line will. Plus, it's going to get there faster as well. Okay, so again, we want to rename this to Forest Coal. Forest Coal Pickup. Nice. There we go. Hit that tree. And all right, that's set away. We set it and forget it. You know what? We probably actually don't need all of this. Let's just throw this away. Now that I think about it, we can just go ahead and revamp that later. We're going to take all this out. I'm going to call it now. On this actually could be nicer as well. Let's take this. Run it over here. We'll run that up in there. All right, very nice. We can take all this out. Kind of feel like we want to work our way back, take all that out, run the train across, so we can have our train run that way. We'll color those in. And there we go. Very nice. Now for every 4 trains, I would add another car in the back. I would put your block signals a bit further back here. So if I was going to do a block signal, I would probably put it back here like that. So any kind of train cars that go off the end will end up there. And then over on this side, we'll put it on the exit of the station because the front of it's going to come up and stop here anyway. And then any other train's going to be going that way. And then we'll make our actual train. Let's go. And I usually make the train a little bit back from wherever it's going to go. And it's going to complain about the fact that it can't get wherever it's going, and that's okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then, like I said, I would put another engine on the back. But I like to double up with a little extra. So I actually put an extra train in the back. And look at that. Perfectly lines up so the train, any other train would stop before it hits the back of the train. But that's way too close for me. I would go ahead and move it up a little bit more. There you go. Now that's all one segment into there. Very nice. And so we're ready to go this way. Now what's going to happen is our steel production is going to go off. And that's because we're not running that coal down that line. And we could run the coal down the line before we leave. So what I can do is I can split it so that it is, because I'm going to be coming back here on the train anyway, just to test the train. I always test everything that I do to make sure that it is working, see if I catch anything that's having an issue. But right now, what we can do to keep this going is just go over here and just put a splitter right here, so it splits some of this over this way. And runs that down the thing. So some of that will end up at the end and keep my steel going while I'm working on the train port. All right, train's up and running. Now we just need to run some tracks. What time is it? Holy mackerel, time flies by when you play this game, bro. I tell you, doesn't it? Doesn't it fly by, chat? It sure does. But every single second of it is super fun. I'm just telling you. Very, very fun. All right, and again, we'll go halfway into that one. Bring this one up. And again, notice I line these up as I go. It just makes it easier. And then a full distance on this one. And a nice curve in there. And of course we have power, so we can float up if we want to, say, color all this in. All this angled ramp action going on here. And we might want to finish out our ramps here too while we're at it. Notice I didn't have to color these ones on the side. That's because I picked up one of these, which was already colored in the red. Save me a little bit of time. Gonna go yellow like that because it's gonna say, hey, it's clipping through the foundations a little bit. And that's okay. That's okay for now. We'll take all these out. Oop, not that one. Hit Control to take it out. Control. Control and look away. There we go. Take out some of these trees in our way here. Get away from my foundations trees. Fred's over there. Ah, Kismet's on a rampage. I'm out of here. Look at him run away. He's like, I'm out of here. I've seen this before. Kismet's crazy. All right. Oh, those are our 5x5. We want our 3x5. We're going to set those to 0. There we go. All right. And then we'll go ahead and put in our stuff like that. Very nice. And we'll take this one out. Not what I wanted to do. Just wanted to take these ones out at the end. I'll put this one in. Color it with red. Mouse button it. Zoop it up. Don't have to color them all. And then we'll bring our train up. This particular one, when we go over the loop, we can do it the opposite way, where we're going to do a full foundation and then a half foundation. This, you test it out what you like the most. Again, it's all about getting this kind of thing where it doesn't look like it's going, which it does do, which I do not like it doing. It makes it look very doofusy. And I don't want it to be doofusy. You know what I mean? So half into there, over to this side. See, when I'm going up over the top of something, I usually go half in onto the top, right? So full on the back, full foundation, half foundation up. Now when I'm going the opposite way, you'll see that I go half foundation and full foundation, go the opposite direction that we went when we went the other way. You get the idea. Same thing here. This. Wait, other way. Other way. Again, this is half foundation. Full here. Again, whatever floats your boat, everybody. Whatever floats your boat. I mean, if you're working on it, you might as well make it awesome. That's what I think. We are getting this done. I'll back this one up just a bit. When I go into the... Nope, not that. When I go into the edge here, I'll have control over it. Again, here is going to be a full, and then into a half. All what you prefer. Into a half, foundation. Oh, and then we're turning. Oh, okay, yeah, we got a turn here. I need to work on that. Okay, so you want to be back 3, so this is where the turn point is. So 1, 2, 3. So we're going to go ahead and put this in first. And we're going to work on this turn. Always put the straight part in first. Huge gaming secret or gaming tip for you. Always put the curved part in last. And then this, we can just take this segment out. We're going to back this back down again. Didn't realize I was going to that curve yet. While I got up there, same thing. So here, this would be the one here. 1, 2, and 3. Right there. And then perfect curve. Right there. It kind of goes a little bit in that edge, but you can see it actually did a pretty good job of not gapping too much underneath there. But it is going to gap a little bit because that's just what it's going to do. And same thing here. Notice I can fly now because that other one is providing power. Makes it a little easier for me to do this one. And same thing here. Find where your edge is. And then go 1, 2, and 3. So you want to end up right there. And then around the corner it goes. Then we'll color all this in while we're at it. Hit the tracks, no big deal. Okay, nice curve. We can also take this out too while we're at it. Oh, God, those things are so hard to click on. All right, stop highlighting first and then remove. Really good curve there too. We are making big progress. All right, back up the angle. Here we go. Oh, didn't quite reach. Okay, back it up a little. Same thing on this side. Then up here to half a foundation, up here to half. Sometimes I get it backwards, but I try to remember which way I'm doing it. Doesn't always work out, but sometimes it does. The trick is to try to keep this track as straight and as non-bumpy as possible. You want this thing to just be absolutely straight so your train never has to slow down any more than it has to, right? Only going to slow down when it's on an angle. Also, when it's on a down angle, it will actually speed up, which is actually very cool. That good enough. And then we'll do that one to half. Sometimes I just change it up because I feel like it in the moment. That one is not the same as that other one. I can tell because when I go to put it down, it doesn't line up the same. Center this right here. Doesn't line up to the edge. There we go. further on that one. Much easier to see when you're up in the air, obviously. Look at this. Almost there. Persistence and patience pays off. Look at that. All right, this actually needs to go out and end up somewhat back there. So we're gonna go ahead and see what we feel like here. Probably should give it a bit of a swing out. Stay right there. All right, very nice. We have a connected train. It can now go where it needs to go. Now, one of the things that we can do is we can go ahead and get into here and actually affect the trains itself with our timetables. Now this is our forest coal train, and then we're going to edit its timetable, and we're going to say a forest coal pickup, and then what do we got? Coal drop off 02. Let's go look at that real quick. It's just around the corner here. Heck, we'll just fly across and take a shortcut. Okay, now this needs a lot more space. This does not have enough train stations. So we are definitely going to need to rework this. Rework all of that, which is going to interrupt my quick wire train and affect my other trains. So we need to get to work quick. All this out. I have that there just to remind me that there's a node there. Probably could take some of those out after. Yeah, that's going to work just fine. And we need more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. All right, perfect. And then again, we'll run our lines back. Luckily, we kept our curve there. We don't have to redo our curve, which is awesome. Let's say right here. We want to end up right there, so we're going to hit there. Like this, run that back to there, this to there. There we go. Now our train can come back because it's going to be coming back the other way. And it's reconnected over there. Everything looking good. All right, and that's why I left that room there so I could do that in case I need to do. Forest, coal, drop off. Boom, much nicer. Okay, now we're going to get that train rocking and rolling, except for we got problems. That train may run into the other train because we're going to need some stuff for that later. Let's get this train going. So we need the front here. This is the train station, timetable. We got our coal train, forest coal train. That's what we want. Edit its timetable. Forest coal pickup, number 1, and drop off number 2. Save it, turn it on. See what it does. Should be pulling into the forest coal pickup station right now, and then it's going to turn around, it's going to come back, it's going to go over here. Now we need to make sure that it does have the ability to maneuver in here. I feel like we want to move this back just a little bit. I've been putting those a little too close in the transition. Yeah, much better. And we'll take this out. We'll put that over here in case our forest... Oh, come on, switch sides. Come on. times. Which sides already? Scroll wheel not working. Ugh. All right. Not working that way. Oh, no, that was the right way. That. No, that was the right way. Two zoned in. All right, there we go. That was the correct direction. Yeah, here comes this train in, so let's stop that train. And then what we need is we need that to not stop so long. So we're going to go ahead and make it where that train can also come out of there. Oh, here it comes! That train can come out of there. But it is going in this direction. There we go. It can come out of there and then it'll stop before it gets too close to this one. Now this one's actually not going to go this way. So when this one's over here, it's actually out of its way. So it can dip over this other way. And we're going to put one right there. So we'll know which way to go. And then also when it comes back, we also want to make sure that it stops and not runs into that train. And then we want to put some of these out here so this isn't just sitting way back there. Uh-oh, we got some train problems here. Probably take this one out because that one's unnecessary. And this one kind of goes here. Or the track switch. Yes, there we go. It's too close to the track switch, so you want it to be back a little bit. Okay, this one all good. That one says it can't go forward because there's something blocking it, which means that we need to put another one over here so it can move forward but not run into the back of that train. And see, we can see the length of the train, so we can get it just right behind that train, like that, and that shall bring this train up, and it will go right here. And by the time this one's done doing its thing, this should be unload. If I forgot to set. My bad. Oh, it unloaded one of them. Oh, that's good. That one I had to set to unload. We want to go ahead and do this. Train's got a problem. Station unreachable. It's blocking that other train too. All right, we got to figure out why it's unreachable. First thing we're gonna do. Oops, nope. Gonna move the train out of the way. Right there. All right, we'll fix that later. We're going to set the output first. We got to set the output of this one to make it where we can have that coal coming out of there. And then we can eliminate the line on the other side when we go to work on those other block signals. So the first thing you want to do on these, I think, because when the train's not there, it'll give it some time to run these out. So the first thing we want to do is put a bunch of output boxes, because when the train's in the station, it will stop outputting. And you want to have this kind of like a buffer. So you have a bunch of this already in there, and I run them both out at the same time. Double outputs. Good. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Hopefully one of these days they will actually fix double outputs. And you can see that's running out into there. And then now we just go ahead and merge all of this together. Only need to merge the first three. The last one's just going to go like this anyway. Okay. And this end up going right over there. Another cool thing about this is we can see if this train is actually working, which is really awesome. You can see we have this going up. We could bring that way closer. Now this is not working yet, so we don't want to replace what we currently have. Can't get it going here. In fact, we could go ahead, speaking of double inputs, put this one in the top input for now. And then kind of bring this out a little bit. Get it away from the input of the of that there, and then down here we'll kind of line this up a little bit, something like that. Take this out, and then of course we have the straight function, which makes this super easy. So I just made that super easy. I could have made it up a little bit more, I guess. But there we go. So that now is double inputting into our coal production, and that's going to be awesome. All right, now we just got to go and work a bit with our block signals and stuff, and we should be fine. Now I moved the train out of the way so that I could have my quick wire going, and it should be enough out of the train. Oh, no, it's not. See, it thinks that that part is part of the line, where it should not be blocking my other train. No big deal on this particular train, but we want to move this up. Yeah, come on, mouse, being crazy. Yeah, let's move it up the way again like we had it, because at least that'll let this one back here go. It won't be blocking it, but it says, hey, this is not going to work. There's something wrong with the signals up ahead, because on the way back, this also needs to be completely its own segment. But you can see that the segments, there's something going on with the segments here where this whole part here could be its own segment. It should be its own segment because this part here is disconnected from the rest of that. So this should be its own segment all the way back, but currently it's not. We got to put some more up here when we go into the train station and all that other stuff. Let's go ahead and ride this back to the other side. One of these days we'll come back and we'll get all that. We'll get all that stuff. This game is good. So good. What time is it? Oh man, we gotta get cooking. Oh, and that's why. Part of the track is messed up. We got a segment missing. Well, that'll do it. Oh, wow, that was like the last thing I was thinking of. I missed a segment. Yeah, the segment is missing. I bet you it works now. Sure does. All right, so it wasn't block signals, though we got to put some in anyway. It was the fact that I didn't finish that little part of the track. That's why you test it. Always go back and test it. Don't assume that it automatically works. Works now. Oh, I already did add block signals over here. Oh. I already did it. Already had the job done. Look at me go. All right, this is going to be a tremendous amount of this. Okay, it's already got a bunch in there. All right, now we can cut this other line. Take all this stuff out, not the power line. Well, actually, we could probably cut the power line too. Cut out all this. Because we're bringing the power back via the train. We'll probably add another station down that way, or offset of that down that way, and then we'll add more of our block signals that way. So back the other way we go. Again, hands off, everybody. It's driving itself. Again, I made that so in case another train's coming behind it, which I decided I'm not going to put the SAM over there. I'm going to actually put an extra train station over there that's going to come over. It's going to go out that way, grab the SAM ore, come back, be a totally separate train. So this train can just do this one thing. Though I could have it go over there, pick a bunch of stuff up, go over there, pick a bunch of stuff up, so on and so forth. Is it worth it to have it go to every single node, or is it easier to run the nodes to the station? I'm a big fan of running it to the station because it's easier to run it to the station than run more trains and more train tracks and all that stuff. All right, right now it's coming through here just fine. The quick wire train is not there, and it would block it if it did, because I could see that the black signal did block it. That one's going back the other way, perfect. Then we're going to see if it unloads everything. Very vitally important to see if it does unload all of it. We got some serious trains going in this playthrough. Serious amount of trains. Let's go. And we got them all set to unload this time. Now this is also not a mission critical either, everybody. This is just steel production. So if that did stop for any reason, it'd be just fine. We can go ahead and cut this part off now too. Actually, we kind of wait for it to run out of coal first. Look how slow that coal is going. Oh man, it's hard when you start the game again, everybody, and then you don't have your really fast belts anymore. That's really tough, but that'll eventually run out of coal. We'll let that run out first, and then we'll take care of it. All right, coal taken care of. What else we need? We need some SAM ore is what we need. Let's go again out here. We don't need to wait around for any trains. We can make our own train. Now, if you are driving the train, everybody, and you have it set where it's just going to go off the end of the thing and it's not in a loop, you will crash now. So you have to put a stopper there. Otherwise, you'll crash. But I like loop systems like this. I like them to be on separate tracks, though you can make them run on the same track for a while, and the other train will just get on an offside and wait for the other train to go by, and then you can do a lot of that. Me, because in real life, everybody, it costs a lot of money, right? That's why they do a lot of single track runs and switching of tracks, because of the money factor. But in the game, it's all about resources, and if you have unlimited resources like we do in game, you can build 50 tracks wide if you want to. It depends on realism versus what you can do in game. Oh, am I gonna stop in time? Oh, that was close. That was very close. All right, it's ready to rock. Okay, let's take out all this mess that we made before. Oh no, we ran out of time. Oh, these are sad, sad times here. Ran out of time, everybody. Oh. And I could have just ran that into there, but I kind of feel like we want to do this right. And do this SAM ore. Get wrecked. I've actually been killed by those mobs right here before when I first started playing the game. Not anymore. All right. I might kill myself, but not by them. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run over here. We're going to chill out right here, and we're going to save. There we go. And then we're going to save it, and we're going to say, next time, SAM or train. There we go. Remind myself. All right, Kismet Love Train. Let's go. Man, that's fun. Man, that's the kind of game you can just play for 45 hours in a row until you actually literally pass out. All right, everybody, here's my schedule right over here. We're going to be back later tonight, hopefully on time this time. More IRL doesn't get in my way. At Wednesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Rise of the Tycoon Empire Fallout 4. We're playing the ultimate modded playthrough. We're adding mods as we go through to kind of shape the storyline as we go. Very, very fun. As well as we'll be back on Saturday for some team play at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Going to be very fun. Then, of course, Sunday, some more solo play at 10 p.m. And then, of course, off on Mondays and Wednesdays. I might be doing some bonus streams on Monday of random games or more of like 7 Days to Die. Or like this week, we did a bonus stream for Satisfactory. And we really push forward here, everybody. Again, we're in Phase 5. We have 175 of the nuclear pastas already done. Out of 1,000, we're just going to keep letting it run. We also got our other coal train finally done. We also have our quick wire massively upscaled. And we happen to finish Phase 4 today as well and unlock that. We did that like in 3 or 4 hours last time, and then a couple hours this time, and then bam, like 5 hours, finished a whole entire phase. Just that easy. Got it done, because your time is your most valuable asset. So again, we're going to come back. We're going to come back on next Tuesday and then run that other train over that way so that we can get that Sam ore, have it come back, connect into the same line, run all the way back, drop that Sam ore off as well. So we can use that Sam ore for making trigons and other things that we need from the Sam ore itself. We're going to get all that going next time. But we're going to go ahead and also show you guys something over here. All my schedule information is over here on my social media. You can follow those links right there. Hey, Holy Roller, what's up? You can follow my social media right over there. You can go and jump over to youtube.com/KismetBP and hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and leave a comment. I appreciate everybody who does. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button there. Appreciate all the people scrolling up over here as well. You can also check out the Discord, check out the website, and the best thing to check out is patreon.com/Kismet. It is the best way to support the stream. You get guides, you get highlights, you get blueprints from Satisfactory, and also sketches and drawings and a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes exclusives just for Patreon supporters, as well as schematics that I do live here on stream for how you do like aluminum and all that other stuff. All that stuff's up there for you to discover for all my paid patrons over there. I appreciate it. Of any level, by the way, whether it's $5 or $50 or whatever you feel is appropriate, you can go ahead and get all access to all of that. So I appreciate everybody who does. Now I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiscats for being awesome and hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. I appreciate you greatly. I'm going to go rest up, come back, do it all over again, because we're going to have some fun in some Fallout. Man, I hate missing streams. So hopefully no more crazy like IRL stuff. Maybe I have enough time to send out those giveaways. I hope so. I hope so. Dirt Chicken coming in. Appreciate all the effort you put into your stream. You do a good job. Thank you, Dirt Chicken. I do. I put a lot of effort. I work on it 7 days a week. I really do. Thousands and thousands of hours. Not only do I stream for between 200 and 300 hours a month, I also put about 200 to 300 hours on top of that, working on stuff off of the stream, or sometimes more working off stream than on stream, sometimes more on stream than off stream, but it's a lot of work in a month, I tell you. How many hours are in a month? Hey, Suri, how many hours are in a month? 730 hours, so let's see. The rest of them I'm sleeping. So yeah, so let's call it 400 hours, 500 hours in a month. And then the other 200 hours I'm sleeping. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's maximum effort right there. Maximum effort. Something like that, everybody. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm just giving you rough numbers. All right, that's it for me. Thanks to all my Patreon supporters who are scrolling down there. Thanks again to all of these people here, and thanks to all of you for being in the stream. Gonna have some more fun later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See y'all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.